must be it. Yeah, that's where they're gonna show up, I guess.
Why that is.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission March 25th, 2025 meeting at 6:52 PM. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from February 25th, 2025 regular meeting and March 11th, 2025 workshop. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. We do not have any public comments this evening that I'm aware of. Item number 3, recommendation of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen rezoning of property requested by Equitable Property Company LLC, 76.55 acres, property located on and near Waldron Road and Blair Roads. Tax map 32, parcel 3.04 and 3.05, and tax map 29, lost my place, my apologies. 29 parcels 41.01 and 41.02. Current zoning district R1 low density residential zoning district, proposed zoning district PDR R3 planned density residential zoning district with a base zone of R3. High density residential. Property owned by the Industrial Development Board of the City of LaVergne. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So Equitable Property Company is proposing this concept plan and rezoning, and it's now being called the Rock Springs Mixed Use Development. This would rezone 76.55 acres to R3 PDR. So the base district would be R3, which is high density residential. And this property is located on the west side of Walden Road, as well as south of Blair Road and the new proposed Blair West extension. And across from this property is Arbor Ridge, the PDR that's currently under construction. And we'll see some more of this in the zoning map in just a moment. But the purpose of this plan is to develop the property for approximately 614 dwelling units, to include single-family homes and multifamily units as well. Also in the proposal is approximately 208,000 square feet of space to be used for commercial as well as retail and office, and also included that is proposed restaurants. The developers will designate approximately 2 acres to be set aside for future fire hall, and concept plan also calls for amenities including a pool, clubhouse, walking trail, and playground, among other improvements. This development extends south near Rock Springs Elementary School, but not quite all the way. And that's an overview of the project, so let's move on to the maps. So this is zoomed pretty far out. You can see, if you've looked at the book, you're probably familiar now with what they're calling the north parcel and the south parcel. So here at the very bottom of the screen is Rock Springs Elementary School and the T intersection at Lake Road and Waldron. So north of that, there's some property not included in this PDR, and then the south parcel begins where I'm pointing right now. And then north of there, this area here is the north parcel, so it's north and west of the south parcel. And then this is the Ridge subdivision immediately adjacent on the west side of the south parcel, and it's just south also of that north parcel. Zooming in, see the area better. So this right-of-way has already been dedicated, so you can see the extension of Blair Road and the accompanying right-of-way. So that's already been drawn on the GIS maps. Just across the road here, then to the east, across Waldron Road is Arbor Ridge, which is under construction currently. So the zoning map, this very large area here that's hatched is the PDR for Arbor Ridge. And then up to the north and west, you can see Carruthers Crossing, which is also a PDR. So currently, this property is the orange color, which is R1 low-density residential. And these are some photos of the area. This appears to be taken from the south parcel. I believe that is the ridge in the distance. And this is some more of the property as it appears today. And then this photo, there's this access road that's kind of informal that you can turn off of Walden Road, and that rough road or path will take you into the Ridge subdivision. So that's what that photo was. So moving into the design book that the applicant submitted, here is the cover page, and there's several pages in here, but I'll move to the north and south parcel. So let's start with this is the north parcel, and you can see the Blair West extension that kind of winds through there. This parcel is heavily multifamily in this concept plan, so they are proposing quite a bit of apartments on this parcel. And the northern parcel unit count is now up to, looks like 336 units for the northern parcel, and it's hard to see on the screen there, but zoom in. So the average square foot per unit, that's the 977 here in the green where I'm pointing. And then the 336 is over to the left in the blue. So they do have, of those 336, one bedrooms will be 180 proposed, with 144 two-bedroom units and only 12 three-bedroom. So this is in line with what we've been seeing over the last several years, that the three-bedroom apartments, the developers are not building those in the numbers that they used to. So nowadays, you see mainly one and two bedrooms. So this is the retail parcel. Well, it's still part of the northern parcel because they have the retail sort of spread around. But in this diagram, I'll try to zoom in on the upper right. So this is the proposed, what they're labeling as retail food store. So grocery store type retail there, and then these darker blue rectangles would be like quick serve restaurant. So think fast food restaurant. And those are probably some of the drive-throughs that they're requesting with this PDR. And then they have retail and medical shelf space here next to Walden Road, and then out parcels 5, 6, 7 could be retail tenants or potential restaurant with drive-through. Then the multifamily is in the rear of the property, and that's where you see labeled buildings 1 through 7, which is first floor retail and second floor multifamily. So it's upper story dwelling above ground floor retail. So the southern parcel count is let me find it here. I believe it's 242. So it's here at the bottom, just in the regular black and white, but right where I'm pointing, the unit count's 242. So that's the total for the southern parcel, and the average net rentable space would be 845 square feet for those. So you can see another diagram here that's got the southern parcel that I went over with the upper story residential. It's also got the space for a future food store or grocery store. So the southern parcel is quite a bit larger than the northern parcel. There are a few single-family lots with this proposal, and they're on this north parcel to the far northwest, close to Carruthers Crossing, but there are some single-family lots proposed back there. So this image on the screen shows you a typical buffer zone that's proposed. Also with detention area, and just gives you an idea of the plantings and landscaping and how that relates to the roadway section. And of course, they have given us several examples of proposed retail establishments, as well as some of the residential images. And then this screen shows some of the medical office and prototype of a fire hall that could be built on the property. And they do have quite a bit of pedestrian focus with sidewalks and proposed walking trail. And then you've probably seen the economic impact overview in the chart that they provided. And then this is the development investment with the total cost. Looks to be around somewhere around $244 million. And then they show the potential merchandising plan. And then that continues on the next slide with examples of the grocery and specialty stores and restaurants. And of course, that's some of the chains, some of the national chains that they've worked with. And then they have a list of those retailers as well. And the right-of-way exhibit shows some of their plans for future roadways. And then we get into the really fine print with development standards. So, of course, left side's residential and right side's commercial. And when we get into staff comments, we'll break that down further. And then the list of exterior siding materials. So permitted in the book right now, the allowed exterior materials are brick, stone, stucco, natural wood accents with cementitious panels, and lap and or plank siding. And then not permitted, no vinyl siding, no plywood, no concrete block. And then, of course, roofing material permitted is dimensional asphalt shingle, laminated shingle, copper finishes, and standing seam metal roof. Not permitted is any rolled asphalt, asbestos cement shingles, or brightly colored metal roofing. And then there's a lot of detail here about architectural standards and building height and setbacks, along with massing and proportion of the buildings, and some of the patterning, especially with roof lines and windows, that sort of thing. A lot of detail there. And then that continues with the commercial side. They do say on the commercial characteristics, they can have 70% of primary materials, which would be full brick or thin brick, natural or simulated stone, smooth cast stone, or exterior insulation finish system, which is EFIS. Then secondary materials would be stucco and smooth metal panels and or composite or cementitious panels. And those secondary materials can only comprise 20%. And then with the 70% primary, that's 90, and then the remaining 10% could be an accent material. And then they have those accent materials listed. And there's also standards for windows, roofing, awnings, and the lighting. So it's pretty detailed there. And then this is a demographic screen that talks about the surrounding communities and the unit counts. So that give like an estimated population of the area. And the existing zoning, I think I've covered that. There is a utility slide that lays out some of the details of the water mains and sewer, as well as gas. Okay, and then we get to some of those areas that will probably have to be discussed tonight. But this slide shows some of the stream buffers, the approximate floodplain, and then proposed detention ponds, where I'm pointing up here, these dark black areas. And then there's a large pond to the south, of course, that is very close to Waldron Road. And then this is the site survey, and then the plant listing or plant palette that they're providing that shows the typical plantings that they would like to use. And staff has looked at that. A few of us have looked at it. So as long as there's no Bradford pears, it looks great. Looks great. And I think that's it. So we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening for this project? If you would name and address for the
Yes,
record.
sir. It's Land Elliott, 3201 Trevor Street, Nashville, Tennessee, Suite 200.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lyde, did you have anything?
Yes, sir. Hold on just a second. All right, we had 4 comments. The first one is just kind of an update on a comment we had last meeting, and that was our utilities engineer, Scott Tatalovich, had done some very preliminary studies in that area and felt that this density would indeed overtax our existing system. As with every engineer, you give him more time, he gets less conservative, so he's done more studies, and he's continuing to do studies on this. And at this point in time, the density requested for this PDR can be accommodated by the existing system without significant cost to the city. It's going to come really close to maxing it out. So and that's with the existing zonings all around. That's not saying other people can't develop. It's if you rezone it denser in other properties, we're going to be overtaxing our system. But the system can handle this density on this property. The second one, they did not submit the hydraulic calculations required by the concept plans and the stormwater management ordinance. So on that, the engineering department considers the submittal incomplete. The traffic study was submitted, reviewed, and is considered acceptable. Just for a point that I would recommend that y'all discuss with the developer, they are recommending an additional traffic signal at the intersection of Waldron Road with Snowdrop Avenue, in addition to the one the city is putting in at Blair Road. And I would recommend that you discuss with the developer to confirm that that will be paid for by the developer and not by the city. And the last one, the 5-foot contours must be provided according to the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, and they were not provided. Their contours are 10-foot. That's a relatively minor comment.
Do you have any questions or comments from the board?
Well, I'll start. So on the comment regarding the traffic light snowdrop, first of all, is that going to intersect with your main entrance into the commercial property? About the same entrance?
It should be, yes.
Okay, good deal. And the cost of the traffic light, what's your thoughts and comments on that?
I would think that would be part of the developer's cost, covered by the TIF that we were proposed to work out with the IDB and the county.
Okay.
I've got a question for Jay, the engineer.
Name and address, sir.
Jay Fulmer, 2002 Richard Jones Road.
Howdy, Jay. Hadn't seen you for a while.
I know.
So you've got down here in this long list of comments and responses about the hydraulic portion that Gary was mentioning. You put down or I guess I'm assuming it's you, put down the detention ponds were calculated based on the proposed impervious area. Do you have the calculations to be able to send over to Gary and his team so they can validate it?
Right now, a lot of what we've done has all been based on the information that we have, which is, lacking the approved FEMA maps. And so identifying the exact elevations and orifice calculations that the concept plan, the stormwater management ordinance requires very detailed calculations. And without designing the whole site and doing an extensive amount of design work, several hundred hours of work, it's hard to meet that ordinance exactly. So I know it's a very well-intended ordinance, but it's hard to meet it on an 80-acre property. And so we can provide all the breakdown on how we came up with the surface areas we did, but meeting every element of that ordinance is something that we can't do at this time.
Okay.
And so we can work with them to give him whatever information we can at this time, but to meet exactly with how that ordinance is written, it's hard to fit this project into that.
And I know we're working a lot with TDEC and you mentioned FEMA as far as on this property. Gary, would that be a problem being able to work while we're getting all this while they're getting all this information together on it?
It would be a precedent setter. We have other developments of this similar size, and we have required them all to submit those calculations, and so far in my 2 years here, they have.
Okay.
So what you're saying is until the structures get solidified of what's going to go where in rooftops and square footage, you can't put exact numbers together.
So we can run calculations on volume required and identify volumes of detention required. We can provide that through surface ponds. We can provide that with underground detention. We can provide that with pervious pavement and several mechanisms to meet the ordinance. We feel really good about being able to meet the ordinance, in the built environment. We have to go through a very large floodplain study that has to be submitted to FEMA to establish those floodplain elevations. Those tie into what we can and can't do, whether it's surface pond, underground detention. It'll restrict some of the layout and some of the topographical constraints. We're working on a more detailed survey to be able to analyze the topo and do mass grading across the site to figure out exactly what some of the surface constraints are. We know once we get to that point, it could constrict what the final density is that the site yields too. So there's several moving parts with the road that's being designed through there. It needs to be designed in conjunction with the floodplain elevations that are established. That's a study that we sub out to somebody who specializes in floodplain management. And, to date, we've gotten budgets of about $40,000 to $50,000 to do those studies. So it's a 200 to 250 hour study. So that's not something that we were able to do before the application with the city. So they all go hand in hand, and to have everything solidified down to the final calculations that the ordinance requires, that the concept plan, we've got a lot of good information. We can get that information pulled together, but there's still some missing pieces that'll take quite some time to get.
How long do you think it would take to put that together, just in a time frame? I know you say it quite some time, but what time frame are you looking at?
I'm not sure what, with the conjunction of the roadway design with the IDB, if they have done any of the floodplain analysis, because those roads need to be designed in coordination with the floodplain. I know those roads the design plans are pretty complete.
Kyle, I know you've been working on Blair West.
I'd say Gary's probably got more on the Blair West with Kimley Horn, but, I mean, everything should be close to done.
Yeah, they're planning on being done with their 100% construction drawings by May 1st, with the hydraulic calculations and sizings are done.
So I would think it would take a few months for the full floodplain studies to be done, for all the final survey data to be incorporated, mass grading across the property. It's a very extensive effort to get that part done.
Okay, if I can interrupt, this is a concept plan level calculation. If you look in the stormwater management ordinance, it puts as a list for a concept plan, you have to do these. It's a much narrower list than the overall list that covers construction drawings and site plans. So it's very deliberately created to be at a concept plan when those surveys are not prepared, when you have nothing but a 5-foot contour that you can pull off the GIS. The purpose of it is solely to show that you have put enough area aside for detention and you've put it in the right places. It's understood that when you do the final calculations later, which will be much more detailed like you were talking about, that they may move, may change in size, but we just need a comfort level, because you're doing a great job of explaining why we need this. You're saying the study is going to show that some of the buildings may have to move around this and that and the other. That's exactly why this is done at the concept plan. But it is, if you look at the stormwater management ordinance and look under the thing, these are what's needed for a concept plan. That's all you have to do, and it's a much more simplified process than a full hydraulic and hydrologic design.
I may have misunderstood with how some of it was stated. And so, but we can get you that information.
Okay, and I'd be glad to sit down and go over the ordinance with you and exactly what I'm looking for.
Sir?
No, I'm just looking at the items left on the list of what needs to be done, so we keep things coordinated. So then for the engineering, Gary, would you agree that number 2 needs to be some more work and addressed, which is discussed, your number 2?
Number 2 is the only one that is significant from the engineering department standpoint.
And then number 4, you indicated there just is an adjustment in the booklet, correct?
They have 10-foot contours. The code says, the ordinance says 5, but as steep as these sites are, the 10 are actually adequate for the purpose. So I'm a stickler for checklist, you know that. So but that one is not an important comment.
So then going back to Mr. Logan's list, I suppose we'll try and narrow down then, just so we keep things orderly here.
So I think number 1, and tell me if I'm wrong with this, Mr. Logan, it appears number 1 is addressed on page 26 of the packet, where you're talking about exact percentages for brick. Just to clarify and land, if I'm misspeaking any of this part from the booklet, you can correct me, but you've got multifamily, which I'm assuming is the apartment complex portion. Is that correct?
Correct.
The gated community. That says 74% concrete masonry board, glazing / doors, natural wood, composite wood, metal, and 26% masonry for exterior materials.
Correct.
So that's apartments. So essentially, using their terminology, it'd be 26% brick, 74% concrete masonry board, natural wood, composite, and metal. Correct?
Correct.
At the very bottom, Bo, of that list. Looks like the
Yes,
town.
for commercial, 50% masonry.
Nope. Go over to the retail residential side. Because you had down here for every home and/or dwelling. That's number one.
Townhome, 60% concrete masonry.
40% masonry stone or stone for townhomes, 60% concrete board, composite wood, or natural wood. And then for the single-family homes, it's got 80% masonry or stone, 20% concrete masonry board, composite wood material, or natural wood.
Right, so that, I know that was added, so that should take care of that comment.
One thing I would add, because of an issue we've had with another subdivision, we need to define, if you've not got it defined in here, what is masonry?
Paul Bass, our architect.
Name and
Paul
address.
Bass, 1104 West Main Street, Franklin, Tennessee. So essentially, kind of dividing it up in the northwest quadrant and what I call southeast quadrant. The northwest is what's got the garden-style product on the multifamily, and that's where we're looking at 26% brick as defined as masonry, and the rest being a mix of board and batten, cementitious type lap siding, so forth, and that would pick up the remainder of that.
I would just say to the board, because what you're saying is fine, but what I'm going to say is, if staff's going to be contacted 2 years from now, when this starts getting built, and we need to define what brick is or what,
It would be 3 and 5/8.
it needs to state that clearly in here with what y'all want it to look like. That's just the only comment I've got.
And the materials that we're seeking to utilize are defined as primary materials in most every jurisdiction you walk into. So these are not what we consider secondary materials. We'd probably stray away from the ephes, so forth, because they're not durable materials, but everything is of a cementitious or a masonry value-add product.
Yeah, and we've got another subdivision that it says masonry, and we have had numerous complaints that it's just a masonry product. So that's my whole point behind it, is just please, whatever you're envisioning in your head, what you want to see, it really needs to be clear in here.
Yeah, this would be traditional brick,
Yeah.
as defined as masonry.
I do think it's best to define. We've learned from our last PDR lessons, such as getting percentages, and that's just, it's, you learn something with every development. So, yeah, and I'm sorry, this is my ignorance, I'll admit that, but it's got on here glazing/doors. What is that?
So essentially glazing is just the glass package. So
Okay.
that's what's making up the balcony doors, your typical double hung windows, so forth of that nature. So we're just expressing how much glazing would be a part of that package that makes up those elevations. So there was the one sheet of the, what I call it, like I said, the northwest quadrant that showed the garden style elevations and the clubhouse and so forth of that nature. And that's very similar to the product that we'd be looking to deliver in that quadrant on where we were looking to develop the 3-story multifamily product.
Okay, and then define for me what, 'cause I think I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's your idea. Define the concrete and masonry board.
That's hardy product essentially, and it comes in multi-forms. You've got lap siding, you've got the board and batten that looks like the strips that are 12 inches on center that run vertical, and then also you have hardy panel that comes in 4x8, 4x10, and it gives you a more modern look. So, like I said, we try to stray away from the ephes just because you can, shoot a rock through it with a mower, so forth of that nature. So, for durability, long-term value, we always like to stick to the masonry and cementitious type products.
Okay, because I know with one of our other developments, it was said masonry and hardy board was included with that. Now the whole things are hardy board.
Yeah, we would clearly delineate, and like I said, on those elevations, those were specifically designed, and they calc out at 20% brick. And anyway, from a durability standpoint, you usually want that first floor to be brick just for longevity, so forth of that nature, and then bless it. And then you transition up to the hardy, which is still a durable product, but it has to be painted every 15 or so years.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
So just trying to keep this coordinated, so Bo, on your second one, the 35 feet, although it says application to BOZA, can this planning board not review that as well?
So when I read through the zoning ordinance, because they're going to request the R3 base, and because of the date they submitted, so they got locked into this old ordinance. So even though they may not start the multifamily for 2 years from now, and we may already have an ordinance that allows for story, if they were to wait, they're locked into the old price. So they're gonna have to go to BOZA no matter what when they submit site plans, because they're locked into the old R3 base that we're no longer gonna have when they build these buildings. I don't think, you can't override it. If you pay attention to the zoning ordinance, you can't just allow a 4-story with the concept plan, the way I see it.
Okay.
If that can be
Now,
addressed.
I can be overridden, but that's just my interpretation.
But you said that can be addressed at site.
At site plan.
Site plan,
It
so.
can be. I just want you all to not wonder why this wasn't caught here, because I don't think the concept plan can override it.
Okay, I apologize, I'm just giving an opinion. I'm not planning, I'm engineering, but I was reading through this. The PDR section of the zoning ordinance has the statement, you cannot be higher than 3 stories. It does not grant an exclusion that the planning commission can grant. So I'd recommend you talk to Ms. Driver and ask her interpretation of that.
So at that point, it would need to go to BOZA. Is that clear?
Your question.
It's clear.
Look at me.
No, I'm just looking down the board here and see who's, yeah. Okay, so number 2 needs to be addressed as well then. So number 1, I'm just going off the planning listing. So I want to make sure that you as the applicant understand what we're trying to get at. So on the design book, you know, the exact percentages, and looks like the staff, and I think the board is looking for, be clearly delineate what masonry products you're going to use.
Yes.
Obviously very important. So that list on that page needs to be clearly delineated, as you said.
Okay, good deal.
Okay. Obviously, number 2 is for the BOZA, as stated. Number 3, upward of 90% of total number of dwellings are multi-family. So, Mr. Logan, just want to explain to that, what can they do?
Yeah, so the current zoning ordinance says they can be at 30% multifamily, so 30/70, unless they show that it's a private community with a homeowner association and a property management policy.
So, because if the backside is essentially like a gated apartment complex, a management company would still be involved. It just wouldn't necessarily be an HOA. Whoop, just throw it at me.
It's the air conditioning.
Yeah, so the
I don't disagree. I
Yeah.
just have to put this in the report so that it's
So,
discussed.
so let me ask legal, if it's a private managed community, but it's not an HOA because apartment complexes aren't HOAs, would that still present a problem? It still has a management component in there, and it's a gated private community.
I'm not sure.
You're supposed to have all the answers.
Darn. You need Evan for that. I don't know the answer. I'd have to look into that.
Because I would just think there's no, since there's no HOA, there's no HOA policies. I mean, the management company sets their management rules.
Correct. I would think that that's right, but I would want to double check that before I shot from the hip and answered with something that wasn't.
Okay, so call a friend.
I will say that from kind of the way we've talked about it is like the north units that are specifically gated. I don't think that's a question. That's private. But the question comes into play with the retail at the bottom and then the units at the top. That's where those are not gated, so how are we considering that a private
Okay.
community, basically, is where this is coming from, and of course, if they can explain how they're viewing it as private, that may solve it, it may not.
Well, all the multifamily will have controlled access, so it will all be private. The entire commercial / mixed use multifamily part of the development will be governed by documents that all of the owners of the different components of the development would be. So there'll be mixed-use, multifamily component. There'll be out parcel components. If those buildings are owned by the tenants themselves, they'll be governed by our rules and reg documents. That'll all be in place by the management company that that maintains and manages the development. All the tenants, all the building owners will adhere to that set of that set of rules and regs.
I thought about this a lot in the last week, and what's in my mind to try to work it out is most of us in here have been to Seaside. You've either stayed there and paid to stay there, or you've had a friend that stayed there and you went, or you just drove through it. But like when they opened up the food trucks in Seaside, like everybody here would agree that that's a private community. They have businesses, they have shops. I can go in there and shop and never pay a dime to the management company. I don't have to be a tenant. I don't have to rent there. I can drive through there as the public. That's still a private community. So I'm not presenting this because I'm against this development or I think that it's a bad idea. I think that it will function like a Seaside type development, which is managed by a property management company, but yet the general public is still allowed in there. No one would argue that Seaside is not private. It's very private. So,
And exactly to your point, the way we would control access is this would be either a fob, key card, so forth of that nature. So you would have controlled access on the end cap stairs and also elevator access. You'd have to be a full tenant, or you'd have to have that tenant coming down to greet a member, or a guest rather, to come up.
family member,
To
yeah,
your
I
point.
guess.
Yeah, so you're exactly right.
I think that would be parking would be something that comes to my mind, though, is how would y'all manage the parking to where our PD is not getting called on a continual basis that I can't park at my unit because of all the,
So the way we've designed the parking, and we've done a decent amount of historical data on this, is based on that parking load, typically you're at about 1.2 spaces per unit is kind of what the average. And then we also will put a factor in of usually 3 to 5% bump for that guest parking type relationship. So since this is kind of more of a suburban, you're in that 1.25 to 1.32 factor per unit to balance both your typical end user and a guest when needed. And usually that guest loading, because we have the retail components, the commercial components, if you do a true traffic/parking study, it's going to balance out throughout the day, because obviously nighttime is heavily loaded on the residential side, whereas daytime hours are more controlled because everybody's off-site working, but yet the commercial retail is absorbing the parking. So we're going to have a decent amount of, if you think through the logic of it, you're going to have a decent amount of overflow parking because of the mixed-use component on that southeast parcel.
are you going to have this signage stating where residents can park versus the retail? And that's the kind of stuff that's going to lead to us, that's kind of, in my opinion, what the argument is, whether it be public or private. And I think it kind of would go back to Bo's example of Seaside, because if you go down there, of course, you've got to pay to park. I don't know if that's the residents or the HOA or property owners that's getting that money. I don't know. And I don't know how they work that out. That's something, in my opinion, that would need to be in these documents that should be presented to where this board feels that, yes, this is sufficient to make this a private community. And I think that's the intent of your comment.
Yeah. Could their parking be gated in a part?
I wouldn't think you could with the retail.
I don't think you would want to
Yeah, I
gate
don't know.
it, because you've got to build in that flexibility, because like I said, it cycles heavy on the commercial retail during the day, and then at night, weekends, you're more driven on the residential product. So we've got to be a little forgiving, but I mean, you'll see in a lot of mixed use across the country, there's no gates. It balances itself out as long as those parking ratios, and typically the way you design is you'll kind of add that full value across the board for both the residential, the commercial,
Bless you.
the grocery store, so forth of that nature, and then you'll take about a 85 to 88% factor, and historically, that number addresses everything across the board.
Bless you. Now stop that.
So, moving on, Bo, so your number 4 design book indicates possible 50,000 square feet grocery store, but basically what you're saying, unless the applicant shows sufficient design considerations are presented to the planning by the developer for an exception to the rule. So just, let's be more definitive. I mean, let's talk about what we would be expecting if they want to go to these sizes.
Well, I mean, we're at the conceptual stage, but I would think the first thing that comes to my mind is buffers and the location of the grocery store or whatever it ends up being. I think 50,000 square feet is the size we're looking at. So whatever the retailer is, the first thing that comes to my mind is where's the footprint of the building and the buffers? I mean, those are design considerations. I don't know what else would be a design. And I took that straight out of the zoning ordinance, so the wording is what's in there.
There is significant, and I've got to scroll back over to it, but there's significant buffering between the ridge and the whole development. Because it was, what was it, 2661 goes through that residential buffer. And that area in between the ridge and the commercial, that's what this is referencing, is that correct?
That's correct. Paul, do you remember the distance between the house and the first building as well? So we, not only did we increase the buffer beyond what was required, we also set the buildings themselves back off that buffer line so that there was an intentional spacing between the multifamily and harbor and the ridge.
Yeah, for example, on the planned south side of that, where you see that U-shaped building, we are 226 feet away from the adjacent property line to the west. So we actually provided a 76-foot just green space buffer, and then we actually did 2 rows of double-loaded parking before we even got to the multifamily. So that all adds up to 226 feet. And then on that north portion where you're referencing the grocery store, we're roughly, I would estimate that probably about 140 foot plus off of the property line with a pretty deep landscaping buffer as well. And it's also got a pedestrian.
So, Bo, let me ask a question. Would it be acceptable to you and this board if they put no less than on there, no less than X amount of feet?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's great. I was just going to point out, I believe this parcel is what we sometimes call the Han parcel. Mm-hmm. So it's slated to be under their PDR, or it's commercial anyway. Mm-hmm. So there's no issue here to the north. So yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
So does that make sense? I mean,
Yes,
you know.
Put some dimension strings, and we've got a few on there. They may have been formatted out, but we've got a couple that were critical more toward that residential side, where I know we had the single-family product that was existing that we wanted to show that we were 226 feet from that, just off the face of the building.
Okay, I'll just continue on here. The plan must show 20% open space for the entire development. What's our thought process
I
there, Ross?
believe that one was, I thought that one was supposed to be removed. I thought they already showed that. Yeah.
And just with the stream buffers and everything that we're showing on the northwest, we'll easily eclipse that number.
Yeah, so that one can be deleted already.
Okay, we'll just keep going down. Number 6, transitional screening, 2 per section, 3.130 is required. What's our thought process as the applicant, and what's our comment as a planner, Bo? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, there again, some of that's going to have to be done at site plan submittal, right? I mean,
Yeah, landscape and so forth of that nature, where we get a little more detailed.
So you'd be okay of removing that, providing
I
it's
think
ensured
so,
it's
yeah.
going to be shown on the site plan? Okay, I mean, the board okay with that? Okay, the zoning ordinance requires a copy of the bylaws and restrictive covenants to be provided to the staff. What's our,
We usually get that at site plan.
I mean, Any comment on that from the applicant, how you want to handle that? I mean, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess we would maybe hope that it could be contingent upon this approval and we could produce those documents. We have a draft of a HOA document that with bylaws and restrictive covenants in it that we can provide you guys. It's more of kind of a template that we've used across different developments. Because this has been a little bit of a moving target, the end document final document has not been done, but we're happy to supply a draft that would need a lot of work done to it, but a draft of what we've used in the past.
Ms. Logan, would that be acceptable to you if they supplied a draft to get us, go get them
Yes.
meeting that requirement?
The draft would be fine. I mean, yeah, I think that satisfies the zoning ordinance.
Okay, good. Number 8, zoning ordinance does not allow 6 townhomes with the same setback as shown in the design book. The zoning only requires or allows 5 continuous townhomes. What's your...
Paul, haven't we removed the 6?
Yeah, everything I'm seeing is 4.
Go back to the latest northwest quadrant. We are now no larger than 4 townhome per section. So it's, and you can see it in that last.
Remember what
axon
page
you
that
did.
was?
I've got
I'm
the
actually
page
just
number.
running off my
It's
There you go. Well, if you
Page 5 will show it.
23.
look in the top corner right there and the top left there.
Okay, I see.
Those darker green buildings.
I see them, yeah.
And the larger they get is 4 units per. And then we've got a couple a little further south, so there's a total of 38 townhouses that we've got laid out now.
Okay,
So it's
I see, yeah, with the 4,
4-7 and 2-3-7.
okay. I see that, thanks.
So, Mr. Logan, you're okay with that?
That's fine, yeah.
Good deal. The last one, number 9, all takeout and drive-through windows and facilities require permission from the Planning Commission during this stage. Request should be made and shown in the design book. So the applicant, what's your thoughts of how you tackle that one?
Yeah, so, we're just seeing across the country with mostly restaurant-type tenants. They can be anything from, a fast food concept to fast casual to even sit-down dining. These type of tenants, especially after COVID, after all the to-go food that was sold during COVID, many of these concepts have kind of retained the takeout window. And so what we would ask is for on the out parcels to allow us to have a takeout window. There's examples like on Medical Center Parkway of even strip centers that they've bifurcated into 2 separate buildings that have drive-throughs through them. An example, I think Cava is the tenant in there that's kind of a fast casual type concept that would be a type of tenant that we would try to go after for this development. Mission Barbecue is an example. Ed Lee's now has a drive-through requirement. These aren't really what we think of as fast food restaurants. These are just, all sorts of restaurants. Maggiano's, for example, on West End has a takeout window, those type of things. So a lot of people are taking food to go these days. And so we're just asking for flexibility on that, on the out parcel structures, as well as flexibility on the square footage.
I would say on page 8, there is a note for potential drive-through and/or takeout on all of the out parcels and the jewel box. It says it on it also. So I think if y'all approve this, then basically we would view this as, okay, y'all are allowing drive-throughs on those areas.
You can kind of see just from the out parcel plan that, typically for what we think of as fast food or even coffee and things like that, you've got a pretty big stacking plan. And so we're not showing that. So the intent isn't to have a Chick-fil-A situation on this site. It's more just to have the flexibility to give the tenant offering and the intentionality behind selecting the different tenants that we're going after, giving them the flexibility to have that takeout window. slash drive-through window. And the jewel box, you know, what we're seeing with those in different developments, like, or kind of like a Jenny's ice cream or Handel's type ice cream, which would have a walk-up window. Maybe, you know, there would be a wine store or something like that where you'd get a takeout window and walk out into the patio that's part of the jewel box and have your glass of wine or whatever. So that's the intent.
So what's everyone think? 'Cause that's the one that's left up to us. Permission from Planning Commission, so.
Well, my comment is that I don't think to restrict the applicant now with which ones they can and can't do. I think leave it flexible, so obviously they can manage the potential, people that are coming there that's going to supply items to the citizens of LaVergne. I think to keep open is a good idea.
And it can be addressed down the line as well?
Correct.
Okay.
That's site plan. Because each of these boxes will typically come through, just like we're seeing with Uptown LaVergne, where each one's coming. Jim?
We got a head nod from him. Any questions or comments?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you what, taking over. I just want to
No, please,
just want
sir.
to qualify and pull this together if we can. So, obviously, the applicant. Any more questions for us? I mean, we've been through each one. Let me just throw it. They're on you as the applicant, except for we're going to work on planning number 3. The legal's going to look into it. So it's more a city and a legal opinion to work through. That's number 3. Let me just read. I'm saying number 3. Let me do that. That's on the
Where it abuts
the
residential.
amount of number 3 dwellings. So number 3 on planning.
Looks like it's half of 76.
So we're going to work that as a team. Let me just keep going here, Mr. Mayor, before we jump in. And then obviously the concern for the board is on the masonry products, we want to be clearly, give it a list. This is what's going to go in. If it's not on the list,
We agree. We'll nail that down for you.
okay. And then obviously on the engineering, 2 and 4, I think we just got through first. I just want to make sure we've been through the list, make sure any of the questions you have for us to ask to make sure that the things keep moving forward. This is a huge project for the city, and I think we deserve, as the applicant, to let them answer their questions if there are any questions so we can move forward. So that's what I've got to say.
So for number 1, I would say it doesn't require a ton of work. Page 28 has some of it. I think the cementatious panels, the lap and planking siding just needs further detail. Whenever you have down brick and stone, we have a good idea what brick and stone is. And it's just that cementatious panels have where we've run into problems in the past. So I would just expand upon on page 28 to address number 1. Bo, would that be enough for you on that? If they expanded upon that?
I think as long as, they're explaining that brick is masonry, I think it's fine.
We can do that.
But you wouldn't be able to use cementous panels as masonry product. Pretty much what we're trying to do.
Right.
If you want brick, you need to say brick or stone
Yeah.
in your percentages.
I like
can be
what
a
you said
permitted-
earlier when you said traditional brick. That was nice.
Yeah, there's no need to define something that's, if you're good with traditional brick, then that's what I would recommend, traditional brick. If
Yeah.
not, you're not going to end up with brick.
And I'll say this, just so it's on the record, because Land, I know you've heard me say this before, whenever we've looked at this, is I always love more brick. I know I've been through multiple developments in that area. I love more brick. So if there's always opportunities to go more brick, I always welcome more brick.
Noted.
Very good. Questions or comments?
I'm just, so I understand the composite or the panels, is that actually hardy board? Is that what that
Yeah,
is?
it's, so Hardy comes in a variety of products, but
Right.
panel, lap siding, and board and batten.
And then just out of curiosity, below that, it says something about metal panels. Is that something that, what is that exactly?
So metal panels, they come off of furring channels, but it's not like a industrial metal building. It's more decorative, and they've got about a 20 to 30-year Con-Art finish on them. So it's what we put on more of the Class A hotels, so forth of that nature. So it's a very expensive material relative to even masonry. It costs actually more than masonry to put up.
So kind of where on the building would that product go?
It would be accent panels, for instance, between windows, so forth of that nature, just to get a change in color, change in texture, so forth of that nature.
Now, is that something that has to be painted like hardy board as well, or does it come in a set color?
It's a Con-R finish, so it's gonna probably outlast the development.
Okay.
It's a premium, kind of a premium product. I kind of see it really going more, using it more in some of the commercial elements where we try to break up storefronts and things like that. So it just doesn't look like monolithic, Cool Springs. You're trying to have something with a little more character, a little bit more depth, something that's just more interesting, really.
So do you plan to use metal then with the multifamily? Because that's on here.
I would, well, on the southeast quadrant, potentially, because we've got that mixed use where we've got the retail at the base and then the 3 stories of multi-set family. So there are potentials, kind of like Lan said, that at the base, we may break the retail up just to get a different vibe between the retail and the resi product that we've got up above.
If you think of something like the Hill Center in Green Hills where they've let the different tenants kind of brand and separate their different storefronts to, the owner's, final approval. That's kind of what we're wanting the flexibility to do, just so we have something that feels a little bit less generic and a little bit more just intentional is what the idea is, so.
Then you have the stucco on here. How much of that do you anticipate using?
0, probably. Ephes and stucco would be low on the list. The only time
Paper mache.
Ephes would probably come into play is if you've got some soffits or parapet type details, but it still looks like a stone. And more than anything, it's just to get a creative shape that is cost prohibitive with masonry. So it would be less than 2 to 3%, I would say.
A 0 would be great.
Now, I would say if you're going to use that, you need to list it, because I don't see
I know, seriously.
on here.
We wouldn't use ephes at all, really, on the multifamily or even that kind of mixed use part of it, unless it was just some very minor accent thing. You might see it on some of the out parcel buildings, like he's saying, for some of the trim and cornices and things like that.
For instance, so the elevation that you've got up, which is the garden style that we would have in the north quadrant, that's all brick, and then just to give some variation, the great thing about Hardy is it's got different exposure faces, so you can do a 10-inch, a 4-inch, 6-inch, and not only does it give you a change in color, it gives you a change in texture that really kind of makes that design pop. But that is traditional brick and lap siding that you see kind of on those elevations there.
Yeah, and one thing I'd point out in this particular design, you don't have very long horizontal runs of hardy board. It's broken up by the facade of the building, the different components of it. I think where people run into problems is with the architectural design of some of these houses we see, where you see, a house that goes back 50 feet or whatever, and you got a whole run of hardy board, that entire 60-foot run, and it gets wavy and it just doesn't look right. What we're trying to do here with this design is to sort of break it up so the runs of that hardy board are not as long, and functionally it just looks better. It's easier to maintain. That's why this is one of the reasons this is broken up the way Paul's broken it up.
Well, just to comment, whatever goes in the book,
Yeah.
that's it. And the
Yeah.
stuff, as Mr. Brown says, 2-4 years from now, and it's in the book, that's what the stuff's going to go by.
We got it.
Just talking through this a little bit, just so the other people understand, how things are moving forward. What's your timing for all this, and the work scope of starting which parcel, and just explain a little bit what your intentions are.
Yeah, so our intent is to break ground immediately on the north parcel. As the Waldron Road and Blair Road extensions get built and Waldron Road gets expanded, to start moving into that southern parcel and start that infrastructure and road work and that kind of thing. And then, hopefully with any kind of leasing activity, which we have had, We've had interest, but because we've had a moving target as to what we actually are planning and what we've designed and the boxes that you guys are willing to work with us on, we haven't started directly targeting actual users more than maybe Publix would be the most formal person that we've talked to. And frankly, the person that ran the Publix market for Tennessee has moved on to Fresh Market. So we've got a new person, Mike Lee is his name. And so hopefully going to be meeting with him and the economic development people in a couple weeks in Las Vegas. But as soon as those all that leasing activity and whatnot, that'll dictate how we kind of start working on the south parcel. Those out parcels and those road infrastructure components will be built probably first, and then just start building out towards probably the multifamily side of the southern parcel would be the last at this point, part of the development that we would do.
I don't know, it's an estimate, but to complete the whole thing, what do you think the time will be for that? Just an estimate.
I'd say 2 to 4 years realistically to get fully built out. Something like that.
Can we get that in the book so that it?
It really depends on, demand and how quickly we can lease it up. The nice thing about, I say the multifamily on the south side gets built last. The nice thing about that is that the retail component of that multifamily, as far as financing and things like that go and those type of developments, that piece will be built basically speculative when we go vertical with the multifamily, meaning we don't have to have a lease sign to be able to get that part of the deal financed. And that'll give us some flexibility too with different size tenants, maybe local credit, things like that just will add more flavor and a different type of tenant offering to this deal, as opposed to having to build a box for Publix where we're getting a 10 to 20 year lease that has to be in place for us to get financing to do the practical side of the development part of it. So.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Answer all your questions, Mr. Coates?
Yes, thank you.
So with the notes that you took, I guess my question would be for Mr. Graham. With the notes that you took, do you feel comfortable proceeding forward? Or are there still some items that need to be added to the book?
I think there's some work on both sides that need to be done. Obviously, the applicant's been through and they need to make some changes per staff's recommendations. And obviously number 3 regarding the legal entity of the homeowners, that needs to get sorted out as well too. So that there's some things that need to be done on both sides, but I believe the applicant knows what they have to do.
Feel comfortable with that statement, sir?
I am comfortable. I mean, I think just the components that Jay's got to work out with Mr. Lyde is, the piece of it. But most of this is ready to go. I just didn't realize that y'all would accept a draft on the documents.
So with that, I'll be happy to, if there's no further questions or comments, I'll be happy to entertain a motion.
Well, I think, look, historically, we work with the staff, and there's still some open issues here that need to get done. I mean, there's no ifs, ands about it. This is a huge project for LaVergne, and I think the applicant knows what we're looking for, and to get the book correct, because at the end of the day, 2, 4, 10 years from now, the book is going to be the referee, and if we're not here, then somebody will have to pick the book up and run with it. So that the items need to get addressed.
Is that a motion?
Motion. I'll then make a motion to defer and let the applicant work the city and staff to get the items corrected and move forward from there.
Our second.
We have a motion and a second to defer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will see you at workshop. Thank y'all for everything that you're doing. We appreciate moving forward and working with you. Item number 4. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and re-subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1, requested by SEC Inc., property located off Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Okay, just a minute here, and I'll get caught up. Okay, so this is a request for subdivision acceptance at Portico Place Section 2, Phase 2, and which includes a re-subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. Thanks. This is 52 lots, and it's 15.69 acres. So you can see on the screen, this is a red line that doesn't show up that way, but this is the area outlined in red that they are requesting acceptance. And on this sheet, these are the common areas that are outlined in red. All three of those common areas. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Light. I don't have any planning comments. Thanks.
All city departments have completed their inspections. There are no outstanding items.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for staff? If none,
So, I do. I'm just trying to understand the re-subdivision of common areas. Is it pulling that into this phase, or is it just adding on to it? What is it doing? And then there's also quite a bit of red lettering on this about erosion control areas, seeding straws, backfilling.
Well, I'll speak to the re-subdivision has already been done, right? Since this is not a plat, this is just acceptance. So that was done, I don't know, whenever this was platted.
So this isn't changing that part then?
Right, it's not, yeah. And then the red letters, I don't know,
I never saw this.
I'm not sure who,
But this may have been some early comments we had, but these have all been long since addressed.
Okay.
very good. Any other questions or comments? We will entertain a motion to send a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
I'll make a recommendation for a favorable.
We have a recommendation, or a motion for a recommendation for a favorable. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation for acceptance to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. On to item number 5, bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Ma'am.
Hello, everybody. You should have the bond list in front of you. It is up to date and current. If you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions on this item? Thank you, everyone, for your time. Meeting adjourned.
Hold up, you should have clapped really loud so we can get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh my goodness, excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is working hard. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Make it grow, Dad, make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn to the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help me with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where did I put them? Sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble, too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seats. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor is for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this and make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Needs to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up. Get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad, better, good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They're just staring at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you, thank you. Faster, thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are a loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it. Just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong. This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of three, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha, ha, ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law, that anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they wished, they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. While you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, uh-huh, he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to two. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, watch, watch. Everybody. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
Don't you know if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out?
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
That's it. And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there.
Okay. Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. When a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore, that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. And I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same, whether you're from the South, the North, or out West. My answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. And I teach my kids this. That warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber, going to be in 4th grade. Awesome. I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. and we're gonna make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this for your birthday in a bag? You know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper, one is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polish pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your 2 pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them. As best you can, you tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You are the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes? Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, ma'am, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point her to Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yeah, she says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind this stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Here we go. We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. No, you can't. Yep, they're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us. Elroy, settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a Are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Ricola. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy, hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady, I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy, my little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy, Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir, we're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library is where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that's disgusting! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke. Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I could take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I got the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that ground. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friend's named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap loud for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. There's always that one that nobody checks out. But we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks, and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash, and there's some fun magic that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
With their striking spots and characteristic tear marks, they're an icon of the African plains.
And the very definition of specialization.
Perfectly adapted to their environment and engineered for speed.
They're one of the top athletes in the animal world and the fastest animal on the planet.
They're playful, social, and capable of developing lifelong bonds, even with members of a different species.
Humans impact their territory, but we also have the opportunity to preserve them.
Let's discover cheetahs on this edition of Saving a Species. Welcome to Saving a Species. I'm Bill Street. Cheetahs are one of the most fascinating yet misunderstood animals in Africa. Today we'll learn about these amazing cats. And to help us discover the world of cheetahs, we've enlisted the help of these cheetah experts. We've also got something that may be a first. We'll see firsthand the speed of cheetahs, but not in Africa, in the middle of a pro sports arena. Chuck Carreau joins us with a quick sneak peek.
Bill, with access to a professional sports arena, we're hoping to do something that's probably never been done before. Now, here's the plan. We're going to run the cheetahs along the length of this professional football field, capturing their every move with the high-speed camera. That's going to give us the ability to see details that we wouldn't be able to see at regular speed. We're going to gain a better appreciation for the speed and power of the cheetah.
But before we observe cheetahs at full throttle, we really need to know what's under the hood. And for that, we turn to our cheetah experts, veterinarians Pete Black and Alex Cole.
Hi, I'm Pete.
And I'm Alex.
And between the two of us,
We know a little something about cheetahs.
For instance, look at what's happening in this shot. What you see is a big cat chasing its prey.
But what we see is one of the most highly engineered predators on the planet. Think of it this way. There's a huge difference between this
and this. Everything about a cheetah is built for speed. That's the cheetah's advantage as a predator. Without the speed, there'd be no dinner. It's all about adaptation. Going from the base model to something designed for one purpose, high-speed pursuit.
high torque engine, performance handling, aerodynamic, sleek and beautiful. Sounds like my cheetahs.
Check it out. A cheetah's chest is supersized, with room for an extra large heart and lungs, which generates power for the muscles. The legs are long and slender, with extended tendons.
And those tendons really kind of act like shock absorbers. Keep in mind that the cheetah really needs the performance handling package.
Most kinds of cats, like this vicious animal here, have retractable claws, but not the cheetah. A cheetah's claws are fixed, just like an athlete's cleats.
Traction helps with control. But to move at really fast speeds, you have to be aerodynamic. You've got to be able to cut through the wind like a knife. And that explains the cheetah's head. It's noticeably smaller than other cats. It's almost as if the head was shaped in a wind tunnel.
Shh, he doesn't like to talk about his little head. He's kind of sensitive.
Sorry, but look how beautiful that head is. Those very distinctive black stripes under the eyes, they absorb the sunlight and prevent it from getting reflected in his eyes. Combine that with those gorgeous spots for an air of camouflage, mix all that together with his speed, you have one of the world's most fearsome predators. Now let's talk about steering. Not this kind of steering. This kind of steering. If I move this boat rudder in this direction, the boat heads off over here. But if I move it back over here in this direction, well, you get the picture. A cheetah's tail works much in the same way as a boat rudder does. All right, sit up. By swinging the tail from one side to the other, a cheetah is able to make quick maneuvers at high speeds. So, as the gazelle is zigging and zagging, the cheetah is able to stay in hot pursuit. Speaking of pursuit, you might think the subject of speed is pretty obvious. A cheetah's legs are moving faster than those of its prey, right? Well, let's put the obvious to the test. Watch as Pete runs. His legs are moving really fast, but in short strides. Now, here's the same run, but Pete's taking long strides. Look at the results. The run with the fewer, longer strides clearly produces the best speed. And that's the cheetah's real secret for conquest. Big strides. The cheetah spine is extra long, super flexible, and easily the most muscular part of their body. It's the spine that allows all 4 feet to leave the ground at once. In fact, cheetahs are actually airborne half the time they're running.
Yes, it turns out that all that power comes at a price. To run at full speed, cheetahs generate heat. A lot of heat. It's no different than if I race this engine at full throttle. Do it for too long, and things start to overheat and break down. It's the same principle for cheetahs. Air intake goes from 20 breaths per minute to 160. Meanwhile, the internal temperature climbs as high as 105 degrees Fahrenheit, dangerously close to brain damage. Which means a cheetah's good for about 400 to 600 yards, and then that's it. Stop or blow the engine. Now you know the strengths and the weaknesses of cheetah power. Now as for us, I know cheetahs might need a rest, but I'm ready for another spin. Hit it.
Now we're ready for action out at Tropicana Field. Ordinarily, this arena is home to a baseball team, but for today, the stadium has been reconfigured to a football field. And as you're about to see, our own Chuck Garreau is taking advantage of the opportunity to show you cheetah speed in a way you've never seen before.
Watching cheetahs run here at Busch Gardens, Tampa, that's pretty amazing. But just how fast is the average cheetah? What we really need is a gauge for speed that we can all relate to, like a professional football field. Now, with everything measured out in yards, this is the perfect place for us to see speed. I'm out of breath. Now, what we're about to try is unprecedented. 4 cheetahs from Busch Gardens, Tampa are going to be given the opportunity to run the length of a football field. Meanwhile, we'll capture all the action with cameras placed here, 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 and one up there. Also, take a look at this. It's an ultra-high-speed camera. If all goes well, we should capture some incredible details. But first, let's address safety. So, Tim, tell us about the protocol that goes into all this.
Well, we locked down the stadium today. I brought all of my trainers with me, and of course, the cheetahs have been trained for this behavior. All we need to do now is put them on the field and let them do what they do best.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, it looks like our first cheetah is ready to go, and the clock is counting down. Now, there's no guarantees. It's all up to the cheetah. He's either gonna run or he's not gonna run. But if it all goes according to plan, this might be the very first time that the world's fastest land animal is running on a field that's usually reserved for the fastest humans. Ooh, here we go. Whoa, look at that. He is just burning down the field right there. That's absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see how fast he's going. Okay, now let's take a look at it again, but this time on the big screen. Now, imagine that you're the prey. Realize that the cheetah, in theory, could keep up this speed along the length of several football fields. That's absolutely breathtaking. It's amazing to think about it. Now, remember, we also captured this in extreme slow motion, so let's take a look at that. This is the level of extreme detail we were hoping to see. Look, the speed is almost instantaneous. In the first 30 yards, he's already up to top speed. You can see his spine elongating with every stride. That's what's giving him the power. And look at that tail. Now, this is a straight run, so the tail stays pretty steady. But if this cat were chasing prey, you can bet that the tail would be shifting from one side to the other, changing balance for quick maneuvers. And watch the head. It's always pointed straight forward, always locked in on that target. As our team sets up for another run, let's talk about what would be happening if the cheetah were running at these speeds out in the wild. All right, now, I'm a cheetah, and I've just landed a gazelle. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm pretty wiped out right now. And remember, I've been running at incredible speeds, and I'm getting dangerously overheated. I just need to relax and cool down, but hope that some other predator doesn't come along in my weakened state and try to steal my meal.
Can I get up now?
Oh, sorry, Dave. Good job being a gazelle. So, okay, I dragged my prey out into this shaded area, and I am full. Time to just kick back. After all, with a 50% catch rate, I am one of the most efficient predators on the African plains. I'm just saying. I got nothing to prove. So I'm just gonna sit back, digest, and watch the scenery. That's tomorrow's lunch. Okay, it's now time for our next cheetah run. The clock is set, the radar is ready, and he's off. Look at those yard lines going by. Now, a lot of football players dream of speeds like this. Okay, let's call up the actual time and speed. Not quite as fast as the first one, but it's still pretty doggone fast. Now, make no bones about it, these guys are running at average cheetah speed, and they can run faster if they need to. Which leads us to our next setup. What if we were to compare these average cheetahs to a human in top condition, an athlete known for speed and agility? That's exactly what we'll see when we return to the gridiron with a side-by-side comparison you won't want to miss.
Chuck, we can't wait to see the human to cheetah comparison. We've now learned about several cheetah adaptations and seen a demonstration of their incredible speed. But how do cheetahs behave when they aren't chasing prey? Let's learn a little bit more about the social lives of cheetahs from someone who works with them every day, animal care specialist Ashley Lutz Nelson.
To understand cheetahs, you have to first know where to find cheetahs. While a small population survives in Asia, most of the world's estimated 12,000 wild cheetahs dwell in the open plains of Africa, which makes perfect sense. The tall grass of the savanna provides ideal camouflage. And when the moment is right, the cheetah leaps out of hiding and springs into action, taking full advantage of speed and maneuverability. Whoa, 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 let's stop right there. If this is the cheetah image you were expecting, a solitary cat living and hunting on its own, then you're only partially right. Unlike other certain big cats, cheetahs can be highly social. For instance, while a female cheetah prefers isolation, male cheetahs are just the opposite. They band together in small groups called coalitions. There are no hard rules who joins a coalition. Often, it's brothers from the same litter. Though some coalitions do include unrelated males. Either way, one of the male cheetahs will emerge as the dominant leader of the coalition. The coordinated approach of a coalition provides lots of advantages: greater success as hunters, greater protection from other predators, and better odds when it comes time to fight single male cheetahs for territory. Males in a coalition are also much more likely to do well in finding mates, and that's where things get a little peculiar. Remember, in normal situations, the female prefers isolation, but come mating time, everything changes. Now, there's nothing unusual about employing a few upgrades to attract attention. A little makeup, some sweet-smelling perfume, maybe a cute top, all perfectly normal, right? Well, when it comes to cheetah's means of attraction, let's just say it's a bit unusual. When the female is ready to mate, certain hormones are released in her urine. This new scent attracts males and sends a clear signal to all potential suitors. It's mating time. Mating can include frequent contact over several days, but then the males lose interest and disappear, leaving the female to raise their young. Cheetah mothers nurse, groom, and do the best they can to protect cubs from other predators. Honestly, though, the protection part has its severe limitations. Even though mom moves and hides the cubs frequently, it's still a losing battle. With lions, hyenas, baboons around looking for an easy meal, as few as 10% of wild cheetah cubs make it to adulthood. Despite all the surrounding hazards, cubs still somehow manage time for play. Rough and tumble games prepare young cheetahs with the skills they'll need to survive. They also begin learning and practicing the cheetah way of communicating. If you're expecting the roar of a lion, sorry, think more of the lines of this guy. Cheetah vocalizations include bird-like chirps and bleating noises, as well as hissing and growling, and a good amount of purring, just like this house cat. Okay, so not the most fearsome in the sound department. However, with mom's help, cubs do grow into formidable hunters. By the age of 18 months, cheetahs are ready for their own territory and their own coalitions. By 3 years of age, the female cheetah is ready for mating, and the whole cycle starts over again. Now, as social animals, it makes sense that cheetahs form relationships with other cheetahs. However, in special situations, cheetahs are capable of forming relationships outside their species. Just consider the case of Cassie and Matani. Cassie came to Busch Gardens as a rescued cub, and from the start, caregivers knew they had a challenge. With no other cheetah cubs around, who would Cassie form a sibling relationship with? The solution? Another rescued animal, but not a cheetah. Instead, the animal care team found a yellow lab puppy in need of a home. Enter Matani. After initial introductions, the two quickly became the best of friends. They play the same roughhouse games, they share the same habitat, and eat their meals together just like you'd expect to see with coalition siblings out in the wild. And even as Cassie now rapidly matures into a full-grown cheetah, the sibling bond with Matani still endures, proving that a cheetah's need for social connection transcends the instinct to stay with its own species. Just like coalitions in the wild, Cassie and Matani are expected to stay together for the rest of their lives.
Now it's time to go back to Tropicana Field, where our own Chuck Carreau is ready with a special guest and the Human Cheetah Challenge.
You're looking at a top-conditioned athlete known for making fast runs and quick maneuvers, just like a cheetah. So, how will this human athlete compare to the star athlete of the animal world? Let's find out. In each of our cheetah runs, we've had a camera up in the catwalk recording all the action. Now, it's time to use that footage. And thanks to some video magic, we'll be able to see the human and cheetah in a direct comparison of speed and time. It'll be as if both were running side by side. How you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good? I'm assuming you've never done anything like this before, race against a cheetah.
No, never even dreamed of anything like this. Kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone has the opportunity to race against a cheetah, but you're going to do it.
Yeah, definitely, you know, being a fan of big cats, it's a great opportunity to come out and you know, do something that I like to.
Now, any thoughts on how you're going to compare?
Probably not very well, you know. They're pretty fast animals, so we'll see what happens.
They are fast, but I hear you're pretty fast, so we're going to see.
All right, we'll see.
Well, it looks like he's ready, and he's off. Now, we knew this man was fast, but he is going fast. He is not holding back. That is cheetah speed right there. Let's see how he compared against the cheetah. Here's his top speed, 24 miles per hour. Now, by human standards, that is impressive. But now, let's take a look at the same footage and bring it head-to-head with the cheetah. And here they are, side by side. The cheetah's immediately off to a faster start, and take a look at this. The cheetah's already at the 50-yard line. The human athlete is only at the 30. So how do you feel it went?
Exactly how I thought it was going to go. I didn't win. So, you know, like you said before, they're the fastest land animal and really didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, you got to respect. You got to respect the power of the cheetah.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Looking at the slow motion, you can see similarities and dissimilarities. Both have long strides. Both exhibit incredible focus, but the difference is definitely in the time. The cheetah's top speed, 44 miles per hour. Meanwhile, our athlete's best speed, 24 miles per hour. That's a 20-mile-per-hour difference, without the cheetah even knowing he's competing.
What you just saw is just the beginning. Check out behind-the-scenes views and additional high-speed cheetah run footage at shamutv.com. Our care for these animals illustrates a positive example of the human-animal connection. However, we wouldn't be telling the whole story if we didn't face a hard truth. Cheetahs are in a race against time for their own survival. As Conservation Ambassador Julie Scardini explained, although human impact has played a heavy role in pushing cheetahs to the edge of extinction, we also have the ability to ensure their survival.
You're looking at the oldest of the big cats. In fact, the earliest known cheetahs date back some 4 million years. But to understand the plight of the modern cheetah, you just have to go back, 10,000 years, to the end of the last ice age. By the time things thawed out, as few as 500 cheetahs existed, which means today's cheetahs all come from a handful of common ancestors, sharing so much DNA, it's as if they're all identical twins. This lack of genetic diversity limits their breeding success and ability to ward off disease. Despite the small gene pool, cheetahs were able to build up their numbers over the years. But then came the worst threat of all, human-caused impacts.
The cheetah is an animal that doesn't do well in protected game reserves, so that 90% of the cheetahs living out in Africa are found outside of protected areas where they're in direct conflict with humans and their livestock.
No matter how you add it up, cheetahs are on the losing end of that conflict. In a relatively short amount of time, cheetah populations have suffered dramatic declines. Hunting and poaching have definitely taken their toll. However, the real impact comes simply from the number of humans now living in traditional cheetah ranges. There's less prey to hunt and less space to hunt in.
Most of the cheetahs are found in fragmented populations. 2/3 of them are very small populations, maybe 50 animals, 25 animals, throughout about 2/3 of the country.
Which is why groups like the Cheetah Conservation Fund are so important. As head of CCF, Dr. Lori Marker hopes to stabilize and restore cheetah numbers.
From our base in Namibia, where we have a research and education center, we're working to save the wild population of cheetahs from Namibia and throughout the range.
So here's the basic challenge. You've got humans that need land to grow food and raise livestock. You've got cheetahs that live on that land and sometimes have to prey on that livestock. You want to save the cheetah, but you don't want to hurt the farmer's livelihood. What do you do?
We work with the farming community to protect their livestock, grow their wildlife, and actually maintain landscapes that allow predators like the cheetah on their land.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund also provides one other key solution: dogs. Specifically, Anatolian Shepherds. CCF breeds and then places the dogs with farmers to guard their stock. And the Cheetah Conservation Fund teaches the farmers how to care for and utilize the dogs. And they also provide free medical care for the animals. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact by reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. And cheetah conservation can also happen closer to home. The White Oak Conservation Center here in the U.S. is renowned for research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals, including cheetahs. The goal is to increase genetic diversity and bolster population numbers.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
This work to strengthen the cheetah's genetic mix, combined with a better general knowledge of cheetah numbers and movement, as well as conservation in their native ranges, should contribute greatly to this amazing cat's survival. But when it comes to saving a species, the work of conservancies like White Oak and the Cheetah Conservation Fund are only part of the story. The other part is you. There are so many ways to get involved, plus a wealth of online resources to turn to. One place to start is our own Shamu TV Saving a Species webpage. Make a visit, learn more about cheetahs, and then share the knowledge with your friends. Before you know it, you'll be plugged in with people all over the globe, all committed to making sure cheetahs stay with us for generations to come.
Now let's turn back to our experts for a quick recap of what we call Saving a Species Wild Round. Each expert has 15 seconds to give a quick overview of their top content takeaways. Remember, 15 seconds, starting now.
With today's demonstration, we should all walk away with a greater appreciation for the cheetah, a magnificent animal, knowing that when its survival's on the line, it can be even faster and more agile in the natural environment.
Everything about a cheetah is over-engineered.
That big old heart.
Flexible spine.
Non-retractable claws.
Black stripes under the eyes to absorb sunlight.
Guideliner, yeah, I like it. Rudder-shaped tail.
Really tiny head.
Don't mention the head because they don't like it.
It makes them faster though, it's aerodynamic.
Tigers don't have little heads.
Cheetahs are an amazing and unique species of cat. They're playful, they're social, they form coalitions with their brothers that last a lifetime. They even have vocalization similar to small cats, even though they're as big as a large cat.
There's no reason cheetahs can't survive. It just takes awareness, knowledge, and positive actions. After all, it worked for the American alligator, the elephant seal, and the bald eagle, to name a few. When we care, do the science, and act, we can all help save species.
Today we've learned about cheetah adaptations, their speed and social life, and hopeful plans for their conservation. But that's just the beginning of the story. To learn more about cheetahs and other incredible animals, visit shamutv.com. Each week we'll post activities, games, and behind-the-scenes videos to help inspire you to make a difference in the lives of cheetahs. We'll also encourage you to become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street saying thanks for watching and for your part in saving a species.
Hi, I'm Chris Van Allsburg. You may have read some of the children's books I've written, Jumanji, Polar Express, or Zathura. In this episode of NASA Connect, you'll learn about the history, mythology, science, and math that relates to a total eclipse. NASA scientists and engineers will introduce you to a satellite that actually makes its own false eclipse. In your classroom, you'll build an eclipse simulator. So stay tuned as host Derek Wang takes you on an exciting journey. NASA Connect, Path of Totality.
Hi, I'm Derek Wang, and welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. On today's show, we're going to learn about eclipses and angular size. Teachers, you'll want to make sure your students are ready for some critical thinking. When these questions appear on the screen, you'll want to pause the video tape to facilitate class discussions. Today I'm at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Santa Rosa, California. This is the home museum of Daniel Berti, sculptor of the stars. No, not movie stars, those stars. Everyone, I would like for you to meet Daniel, who has created many unique sculptures using celestial mechanics. Celestial mechanics is the mathematical calculation of the movement and positions of the planets and other objects in the sky. Daniel even has a personal connection to the sun. Isn't that right, Daniel?
Well, that's right, Derek. But everyone has a connection to the sun. I'm a sculptor, and I like to use the light of the sun and the light of celestial objects to play off the surface of my work. As a young boy, I would often ride my bike over to the California Academy of Sciences to check out the Morrison Planetarium. They had great shows on astronomy, and there was this fantastic pendulum which showed how the Earth rotated on its axis. These are the kind of places that inspired my interest in astronomy and the mysteries of the sun.
Daniel, our show today is about eclipses. What can your sculpture tell us about solar eclipses?
As an artist, I'm fascinated with light and shadow. I love the way light changes during the course of a day, depending upon the position of the Earth to the sun. So I began to sculpt objects that show light and shadow on their surfaces. And over here is a sculpture I recently created. It's my favorite.
That's cool. What is it called?
It's called a shadow catcher. This bowl-like structure focuses natural light as a dot drifting across the sculpture. Watch as the dot passes across the shadow catcher. It's interesting to see how the form travels along the surface of the sculpture, much like the shadow of the moon crossing the Earth's surface. And students can make their own shadow catchers. For directions to make the shadow ball, check out the link at NASA Connect website. Of course, an eclipse is one of nature's most dramatic works of art.
Daniel, thank you very much for sharing your personal story with us.
You're welcome.
Okay, so did you notice Dan uses science and math to create his works? His understanding of form, light, shadow, and space are what makes his sculpture so unique. Let's find out more about these magnificent solar eclipses. Here at the Chabot Science Center in Oakland, California, visitors can explore interactive exhibits that teach about the movements of the planets and their moons around the sun. The movement of the Earth and Moon creates the most powerful display of form, light, shadow, and space in our world, a total solar eclipse. As a total eclipse begins, the moon's shadow approaches from the west. The chill and the sweep of the moon's shadow rushes across the landscape at over 1,600 kilometers per hour. Totality is a phase of the eclipse when the light from the sun is completely blocked from view. The darkness of totality resembles evening twilight affecting living things. The sky near the horizon still appears bright, but sunlight seems gray and wee. The solar eclipse is an amazing sight. But to understand what an eclipse really is, we need to talk to a NASA scientist. But before we do that, here are some questions that your students might want to think about. Why do eclipses occur? What is angular size? What is the path of totality? Why don't we see a total eclipse every moon cycle? This is a great time to pause the tape and discuss these questions. Fred Espenak is one of the world's authorities on eclipses. He works at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. He uses computers to make predictions on thousands of eclipses, and he runs NASA's official website on eclipses. These accomplishments and his participation in dozens of eclipse expeditions have earned him the nickname Mr. Eclipse.
So let's ask Mr. Eclipse, how can something as small as the moon block out something as big as the sun?
Good question, Derek. A total eclipse of the sun is one of the most awe-inspiring sights in all of nature, and it's all made possible due to the unique geometry in the distances and sizes of the sun and moon as seen from the Earth. As we all know, the moon orbits the Earth and the Earth orbits the sun, and celestial mechanics allows us to calculate these orbits with great precision. When the moon passes between the Earth and the sun, we say that the moon is in the new phase. An eclipse of the sun can only occur when the moon is new. However, not all new moons produce a solar eclipse. The moon's orbit around the Earth is tilted about 5 degrees to the plane of the Earth's orbit around the sun. As a result, the moon spends most of its time either above or below the Earth's orbital plane. The moon passes through the plane only twice during each of its orbits. If the moon also happens to be in the new moon phase when it crosses Earth's orbital plane, then a solar eclipse will occur. Most eclipses are partial because new moon takes place just before or after the moon crosses the orbital plane. But if the timing is right, a total eclipse of the sun occurs just as the center of the moon passes directly in front of the center of the sun. The path that the moon's shadow makes over the Earth during a total eclipse is called the path of totality. To see a total eclipse, you must be in the path of totality. As a total solar eclipse begins, a ghostly silhouette looms into view, framed by a white glow that creates a halo around the darkened sun. In the final seconds, the sun's remaining rays shine through deep valleys along the edge of the moon. At the same time, the sun's corona appears, surrounded by the moon's black disk. Before the last bead of sunlight vanishes, the effect resembles a cosmic diamond ring. Suddenly, totality. The bright sun is gone. A black disk surrounded by a pale halo now stands in its place. The sun's corona is the most stunning, most beautiful, and most unexpected feature of a total eclipse. As the outermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, the corona is extremely hot with a temperature of 2 million degrees Celsius. The moons of other planets in our solar system produce eclipses, but none of them have the perfect size fit that total eclipses have from Earth. In some cases, the moons have angular sizes that are much larger than the sun. In other cases, the moons are much too small and too far away to cover the sun. We call this kind of an event a transit. Our NASA Mars rovers have both photographed Martian moons Phobos and Deimos as they transited the sun. Pretty cool. To compare the relative sizes of the Earth, Moon, and Sun, we'll use this basketball and this tennis ball. Let's call this basketball Earth and this tennis ball the Moon. These are the relative sizes of the Earth and Moon to each other. So what do you think we could use to represent the size of the sun? A small car? Think bigger. The sun would be 90 feet in diameter, about the size of this office building. So how is it that this tennis ball-sized moon can block this building-sized sun? The answer is angular size. Angular size is the measure of an angle formed by extending imaginary lines outward from a specific point to span the width of an object. The imaginary lines form a triangle. Angles are measured in degrees. Two objects in space may appear to be the same size if their distances and diameters are proportional, and if they are viewed from the same position on Earth. The diameter of the sun is 400 times larger than the diameter of the moon. But the sun is also 400 times further away from the Earth than the moon is from our planet. If you extend imaginary lines that span these two objects to our viewpoint on Earth, you can see that two similar triangles are formed. The angles formed at the viewpoint are the same for both objects, making the angular size of these objects equal. When these bodies line up exactly, the moon appears to be the same size as the sun, creating a total solar eclipse. This fortunate coincidence is responsible for the perfect fit of the total solar eclipse, one of the most spectacular events you can possibly witness in our solar system.
Thanks, Mr. Eclipse. Now we understand much more about eclipses.
Let's see if students at the Challenger Learning Center in Bangor, Maine can help us demonstrate just how important angular size is to an eclipse.
Permission to come aboard, ma'am.
Permission granted.
Hi, welcome to the Challenger Learning Center of Maine.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this very cool activity.
We created a model to show how one object can eclipse another.
Teachers can download this activity at the NASA Connect website at connect.larc.nasa.gov.
To do this activity, we had to use measurements and proportions to determine distances and diameters, understand how two objects in space with very different sizes at different distances appear to be the same size, measure the angular size of two objects, and measure an angle. We followed the directions from the NASA Connect website lesson guide to make our eclipse simulator using a shoebox, paper, tape, scissors, and a skewer stick. We had to use our geometry skills to find the center point on each end of the box. Then we drew a horizontal line along the center of each side of the box. At the center of one end, we punched out a small hole about 2 centimeters round. We used this as our peephole to view the objects in space. We traced the lighted end of a flashlight over the center of the opposite end of the box. We also traced a quarter on black paper and cut out the smaller circle. We measured the diameter of each circle and recorded them in our journals. Then we attached the smaller black circle to the center of the skewer stick. We set up proportions for similar triangles to help us simulate an eclipse. We know that the diameter of the larger circle divided by the distance from the peephole to the larger circle is equal to the diameter of the smaller circle divided by the distance from the peephole to the smaller circle. Once we understood the relationship between these values, we had to decide which value we needed to find. Since we already know the diameter of both circles and the distance from the peephole to the larger circle, we need to calculate where to place the smaller circle from our peephole. We set up a proportion to solve for that value. Once we came up with a number, we measured the calculated distance from the peephole and slid the skewer stick in place. We added string to demonstrate how the angular size of the objects was the same. The string helped us see that the distances and diameters were actually sides of similar triangles. We used a protractor to measure the angle formed by the string. We were able to use the same proportion to predict the diameter of an object even farther from the peephole. We checked our solutions by making a circle with the predicted diameter and placing it between the strings at a specific distance. Our small circle was able to eclipse an even larger object. The proportion helped us prove that angular size is related to the actual diameter of two objects and the distance they are from a specific point. We even covered our flashlight in yellow cellophane to demonstrate the sun's corona when we had a total eclipse. Of course, we took safety precautions and used dark sunglasses to look at the flashlight. This was just a simulation. We know you should never look directly at the sun, even during an eclipse.
That was sweet. Now I understand how the moon can block the view of the sun. But why is it so important to study the corona? I guess I need to learn a little more about the sun. Let's visit with Carolyn Inge of NASA's Sun-Earth Connection to learn more about this very important star.
Hello, Derek. You're right. The sun is very important to all of us here on Earth. Our sun is actually a very average star. It is not the brightest nor the hottest star, and it's actually classified as a dwarf.
Heat and light come from deep within the center of the sun, where nuclear reactions between the gases release massive amounts of energy. Like Earth, The sun has an atmosphere surrounding it. Because the sun is so bright, it is hard to see the upper atmosphere of the sun. But when a total eclipse occurs, the moon blocks out most of the light from the sun, and the corona is visible.
As NASA looks deeper into different parts of the sun, we gain more knowledge about the Sun-Earth connection. We know how important the sun is to us all.
Heat and light generated by the sun make life on Earth possible. Variations in the sun's temperature could have dramatic effects on Earth's long-term weather. Solar storms affect satellites, telecommunications, electrical power grids on Earth, and are a danger to astronauts. The sun even holds clues to how we can generate renewable energy for future generations.
So studying the sun is extremely important, and a total solar eclipse gives scientists a dramatic way to study one aspect of the sun, its corona. Back to you, Derek.
And now you understand more about eclipses in the sun. I wonder if ancient people understood eclipses as well as you.
Here are some questions to consider. What did ancient civilizations think about eclipses? Can eclipses be predicted? Let's talk with Dr. Sten Odenwald from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center to learn how people develop their own special stories to explain eclipses.
Eclipses have long been a source of mystery. These events were often viewed with fear and awe in the past. Today, eclipses still thrill us. The ancient Chinese once believed that an eclipse of the sun occurred because a dragon was eating the sun. The Chinese would produce great noise, such as drumming or banging on pans, to frighten the dragon away and bring back the sun. A similar story is a Native American legend of the Choctaw Nation, attributing an eclipse of the sun to a mischievous black squirrel who would try to eat up the sun at different intervals. The Egyptian pharaohs believed they were the representatives of the sun god Ra, and the iris of an eye is often seen in their artwork, such as the Eye of Horus. Similarly, the ancient Nazca culture of South America believed that the sun and the moon were the separate eyes of the sky-dwelling gods. There is a very good reason for this belief. A total solar eclipse bears an uncanny similarity to an eye in the sky. The hole in the sky formed by the black disk of the moon mimics the pupil of the eye, while the rays of the sun's corona resemble the iris of an eye. Ancient cultures around the world have drawn this same symbol. At about the same time the Nazcan culture in South America recorded their eclipse, the same eclipse may have been witnessed by Philostratus in Italy. He wrote, "There appeared in the heavens a certain corona resembling the iris, surrounded the orb of the sun, and obscured his light." It's interesting that Philostratus used the term corona, which is the Latin word for crown. Today, astronomers still use that word to refer to the outer atmosphere of the sun. The ancient Greeks once feared eclipses, but fear turned to reason when a Greek-Turkish philosopher by the name of Thales used deductive reasoning to predict an eclipse. According to some historians, Thales was the first person to study solar patterns to accurately forecast an eclipse. The date was May 28, 585 BC. His prediction of darkness in the middle of the day actually brought an end to a 6-year war fought between two cities. Thales carefully studied the patterns of the moon. To do this, he used records left by the Egyptians and Babylonians. His prediction earned him a place among ancient historians as one of the 7 wise men of ancient Greece. Thales understood how angles were related and the properties of similar triangles. He might have set up simple proportions to determine when the Earth, Moon, and Sun would line up again. Thales may also have known that every 18 years and 10 days, the Earth, Sun, and Moon are in the same geometric relationship. This is called the Saros cycle. This means the same lunar phase happens on the same calendar day. Thales might have known when the last solar eclipse occurred in his geographic region from records kept by the ancient Babylonians. By adding multiples of the Saros cycle, every 18 years and 10 days, he could have predicted that a new moon and eclipse would reoccur on May 28, 585 BC. Some people thought he was a powerful magician, but Thales may simply have been using observations, historical records, and a little arithmetic to make his famous prediction. By always asking why and how, Thales contributed to the development of science and mathematics. Every time we observe a pattern and predict an outcome, we follow his example. Today, we know enough about the orbits of the Earth and the Moon to predict eclipses. Some people take special trips to watch a total solar eclipse. NASA has a team ready to observe and record the total solar eclipse in Turkey. In 2006, the path of totality travels from South America to Asia, where these ancient peoples once lived. And when viewing an eclipse, make sure that you wear proper eye protection. Sunlight is so bright during an eclipse that it can damage your eyes. Back to you, Derek.
Today, scientists at NASA have devised ways to create eclipses all the time. Can you think of a reason why scientists would want to create an eclipse of the sun all the time? Let's meet with Steele Hill of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center SOHO mission.
SOHO is a spacecraft that is closer to the sun than we are. It observes the sun from 1.6 million kilometers from the Earth. SOHO stands for Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. On board, 12 instruments gather information about the internal structure of the sun's outer atmosphere, and solar storms. There is no other spacecraft like it. The sun's magnetic field appears to be responsible for heating the corona and producing violent explosions called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs. CMEs carry billions of tons of charged gases into space, and CMEs can reach Earth in 1 to 4 days. To observe a CME, SOHO has two telescopes called coronagraphs. Circular disks in the coronagraph block out the sun to create an artificial eclipse, allowing NASA to observe the corona. Scientists watch clouds of plasma blasting out from the sun as flares or CMEs. SOHO takes images about every 20 to 30 minutes and sends these images to the Deep Space Network here on Earth. The images are processed and displayed on the web within 30 minutes after traveling 1.6 million kilometers. CMEs are one type of space weather that can set off electrical surges in power lines and create radiation danger for astronauts. Scientists worldwide are using SOHO data to learn how to predict space weather that could endanger the future explorers of our solar system. Although we scientists have the advantage of seeing eclipses every day through SOHO, nothing can replace the personal connection people feel when they observe a total solar eclipse here on Earth. Its profound effect links us back to the ancient peoples before us.
Our researchers remind us that an eclipse is more than just the sun, the moon, and the Earth. Each of us has a personal connection to the sun. Even our biological clocks are set to the light-dark cycle charted by the Earth's movement around the sun. Carolyn Ng has a special guest with her to help us better understand this sun-Earth connection.
Hi again, Derek. We are here at Chimney Rock, Colorado. I would like to introduce to you Dr. Shelley Valdez, Science Educational Consultant for Native Pathways. She's also a tribal member of the Pueblo of Laguna.
Thales understood that knowing how the moon moves through the sky is a key to predicting a solar eclipse. The Earth has a slight and slow wobble off of the ecliptic, which is the pathway of the sun and the planets as seen from the Earth. The ecliptic pathway is easiest to learn as it is seen upon the backdrop of the stars. This wobble causes the moon to rise a little further north and a little further south on the horizon over a period of 18.6 years. This movement of the moonrise over landmarks on the horizon appears to slow and then stop for several moonrises before the movement starts going the other way. The point at which it appears to stop is called a lunar standstill. Ancient Puebloans were avid observers of the brilliant night sky of the elevated Colorado Plateau on which they lived. They learned to time events throughout the year according to when a star constellation, the sun or the moon rose or set on the horizon. They also learned to build observatories that served the same function. At some point in time, it was noticed that the full moon rose between the two spires of Chimney Rock during the northern lunar standstill every 18.6 years. Ancient Puebloan rock drawings recorded eclipses. We know that an eclipse was important to the ancient ones because of the record they made on the rocks. Like the Nazca, the Egyptians, the Turks, and the ancient people everywhere, similar circular designs were used. Ancient people were divided by oceans, mountains, and deserts. But through their art they left behind, we know that eclipses were events which linked all people together, as it continues to do so today.
Today we continue to watch the passing of the sun and the moon in the sky.
Every year close to the spring equinox, a special solar event is monitored by scientists, students, and educators. People are brought together by celestial events such as total solar eclipses and the transit of Venus, as well as staged events called Sun-Earth Days. One of Sun-Earth Days' main goals is to provide an opportunity for you to learn more about the sun's connection to the Earth through images, cultural parallels, and activities. NASA's Sun-Earth Connection collaborates with schools, science centers, and museums around the world. We produce webcasts and other resources.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Alex.
You're very welcome.
Well, we really learned a lot today.
About eclipses, how they work, and how they affect people.
I would like to leave you with one final challenge.
Are eclipses or transits only caused by a moon's shadow on a planet? As our astronauts travel to the moon, Mars, and beyond, will they encounter any other object in space that may have the same angular size as that of the sun? Are there other relationships that might create an eclipse?
Conduct your research on the internet, and you can work together to find an answer. And you can get back in touch with me at NASA Connect. Well, this wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible.
Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Email them to Connect.
So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. Goodbye for now.
Hi, my name is Mary Sanchez. I work for NASA. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, or AIAA. We can help your students learn how math and science are used in everyday life. For more information on how to request a mentor for your classroom, please visit the NASA Connect website.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we welcome the new chair of MTSU's Geosciences Department and talk about the cutting-edge technology used by our students and faculty in the study of the Earth. We explore EXL, which stands for Experiential Learning, and it's one of our signature programs at MTSU. It encourages faculty to include real-world learning in their classes. And we talk about a unique program in our College of Education that allows prospective teachers to complete their student teaching semester in one of 15 countries. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Dr. Todd Moore recently joined MTSU as the Chair of Geosciences, a department within our College of Basic and Applied Sciences that teaches geology, physical geography, and geospatial analysis, along with environmental science. He joins us on Out of the Blue to discuss how students and faculty are engaging in hands-on research in the study of the Earth through cutting-edge technology. Todd, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Andrew.
And welcome to MTSU, relatively new on campus, correct?
Very correct. I got here last fall.
Well, welcome. We're glad to have you here. Let's talk about the Department of Geosciences. For our viewers and listeners, tell us exactly what does geosciences mean at MTSU?
Okay, geosciences, if we break the word down, geo meaning earth, sciences, it's the science of earth. Here at MTSU, though, we have three primary specialization areas. We specialize in environmental science. The environmental science program introduces students to all of our key resource areas. So think about soil, water, minerals, the ocean, ecosystems, all the key resource areas that we have here on Earth. Students are exposed to those in the environmental sciences. Once they leave our program, they will be prepared for jobs as environmental consultants and remediation. They can work even in the social aspects with environmental policy, or even some of the other social dimensions of environmental science and environmental problems that we have nowadays. On top of environmental science, we also have geology. Our geology program emphasizes here the solid earth. Students will be prepared to become geologists, whether that be in the energy sector or the transportation sector or even mineral sector. They can also be environmental consultants as well. Both of those pathways, environmental science and geology, are great, especially here in Middle Tennessee with the growth we've been experiencing lately. All of the new developments that you see when you're driving around require environmental consultants, remediation, geologists. And then our third primary area is called geospatial science. And that's really the tech-heavy side of things. And so think about geographic information systems, satellite imagery analysis, remote sensing, ground penetrating radar even. And those students, again, are prepared for a wealth of jobs, not only in the geosciences, but urban planning, transportation, and many other sectors that we have.
Let's talk a little bit more about geospatial technology, because I know you're excited about it, and I know that's really got a great connection to so many opportunities in the career fields that you just mentioned. So talk about the hands-on opportunities you get at MTSU to kind of use this technology and apply it.
Absolutely. So in our geospatial technology program gives students a lot of hands-on experience in the lab. They also get experience working with remote sensing imagery, analyzing and processing that imagery. They even get field work experience using ground penetrating radar and GPS units. But beyond geospatial technologies, our students also get hands-on experience in our other program areas. So we have a mass spectrometer, we have an X-ray fluorescence machine, we have field work built in and integrated throughout our geology and environmental science curriculum that get our students in the field using equipment that they would be expected to use in the workforce. And so that's something that we're seeing more and more over time. Many of our employers want our students to have these experiences. They want our students to know how to use this equipment and know how to lead teams using that equipment. And our program does a great job.
Your department's always had a tradition of strong research projects. Can you talk about some of the things you're most excited about that you're engaging in?
Absolutely. The faculty in the geoscience department are tremendous. We have faculty working with the Department of Agriculture, trying to figure out how to optimize agricultural yield while preserving water quality and reducing soil erosion. We have faculty mapping and analyzing and studying the risk of sinkholes and caves in the area. We have faculty looking at recharge, so how water works its way back down to the aquifer systems of the region, which are critical for agricultural practices and farmers of the area. We have faculty studying severe weather like extreme heat and even tornadoes. One of our faculty actually is surveying how people were either aware of or not aware of the weak tornado that moved through campus last semester. So we've kind of jumped on that opportunity to try to figure out how aware people are of the risk that was predicted for that day.
When you're talking to high schoolers, when you're talking to parents, what do you tell them why MTSU and why your department?
I start with the point we just made, that not only will you get great education at MTSU and in our department, but you will have exposure to cutting-edge research. I also like to tell everybody about our equipment, so the hands-on experience. You know, having a mass spectrometer, having X-ray fluorescence and ground-penetrating radar. Not all departments have that, and so the ability for students to not only have those opportunities, but to be able to use that equipment in their curriculum, in the lab, but also for research experiences is a pretty big selling point, in my opinion. And then the last is our community. Our department has a great community. We have a low faculty to student ratio, so you get a lot of one-on-one experience with faculty. And we do a lot to try to build community and family in our departments to make everyone feel comfortable.
So Todd, folks are going to want to find more information about your program. Where do they go on the web?
geosciences.mtsu.edu.
Well, there it is. Well, Todd, you're off to a great start. Congratulations. Welcome to MTSU, and thanks for sharing all this information about your program.
Thank you for having me on the program.
And we'll be right back.
We do it all. We do it all.
Hundreds of majors, an amazing campus, faculty mentors. You can find what you're looking for at Middle Tennessee State, the University of Opportunities. We do it all.
And that's how electricity flows.
Hey, Mom! Don't break it, don't break it.
It's just one thing.
Thank you.
Wow, this looks amazing.
This is the electric robot I made all by myself.
I help people.
I create music.
I shape the future.
I am an entrepreneur.
I inspire people with more than words.
I ride forward. The sky is not my limit.
Find your blue at MTSU.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie training worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU believes in the value of applied knowledge, merging classroom knowledge with real-world work environments. Carol Swayze, our Director of Experiential Learning, joins us on Out of the Blue to discuss the EXL Scholars Program. It encourages students of all ages to gain hands-on experience in the field of their choice. Carol, welcome to Out of the Blue.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
First time on the show.
Yes.
But not your first time talking about EXL, right?
No.
All right, so this is a fascinating program. It's one of the signature programs of the university. It gets recognized at every commencement I've been to. Let's back up though and tell people about what is EXL.
So it stands for Experiential Learning, and that's MTSU's branding for it was EXL. And it is a high impact teaching practice where students get hands-on experience in their field as part of their courses.
One of the things that we're very, very proud about, that Dr. McPhee talks about all the time, is that we produce career-ready graduates. So from a student standpoint, I'm basically just taking the course, right? I mean, the faculty member is, hey, this is part of EXL, and you're going to have these opportunities, correct?
Right, so the student just has to register like they would for any other section.
Can you talk about exactly what that means and what things count towards experiential learning?
Yes, we have many different types of courses that count as experiential learning. And experiential learning also includes many of the high impact practices. So things like service learning, applied learning, internships, co-ops, study abroad, lab courses that connect what they're doing in the lab to the real world externally. So there's so many different types of experiential learning courses that students could take.
Give some types of examples you've seen on campus and you've been going, wow, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
We have one program where the students go and actually do activities with senior citizens, and this has been an ongoing partnership for over probably 15 years or more. And this is one of the courses that they must take in their aging development program. So it's all across the university. We have courses in every college.
Then there does come a point, as we point towards graduation, where the students need to raise their hand to you and say, hey, I think I want to be an EXL scholar, right?
Right.
What does that entail? What do I have to do to get that kind of recognition?
So students who have at least 15 credit hours for undergraduate or 9 credit hours for graduate students will apply in their next to last semester to be an experiential learning scholar. And this is a graduation distinction. If they apply to that and they meet the requirements, then they take our capstone ePortfolio class. And then in that class, they build their ePortfolio, which then they can use the link, putting on their resume, or they use what they've learned from doing the ePortfolio for interviewing. And we found that many of our students get job offers as part of this. Some of them already have jobs based on their ePortfolios once they leave the university.
This is an academic program. You study the results, right? And you've seen some real success come from this. Can you talk about what you've seen over the years?
Yes, we have found that students who take 3 or more credit hours graduate at 6 times the rate of students who do not take the Experiential Learning Scholars Program.
Wow.
And students who take 15 or more credit hours graduate in the high 90 percentile, and that's across every group of students.
That's incredible. The ePortfolio, is it a PowerPoint? Is it a video? What shapes and forms do those take?
The ePortfolio itself has a platform. So it's an ePortfolio platform. In that platform, they can use video, audio, Word documents, PowerPoints, any kind of medium that they want to use within that ePortfolio. And then when it's all compiled, they have a link that they can give out.
And taking that class teaches me how to build that portfolio, right?
Yes.
And I assume there's a period of self-reflection in that class, right?
Every experiential learning course has reflection built into it. That's part of what is required. So being able to critically analyze what they learned and do reflection over that, what did I do, what did I learn, what would I do differently next time if I have this to do over again. That's always part of an EXL course.
We have so little time to talk about this program, so many opportunities. You've got to find out more. Where do I go on the web to learn about EXL?
Okay, so it's mtsu.edu/EXL.
And I'll find all the answers there.
You should, or call me.
Yeah, call you. Well, Carol, thank you for everything you've done with this program. Like I said, a signature program. We're always proud when the graduates stand up at commencement and they're recognized by the president as EXL scholars. And it's a very meaningful opportunity for them, and great work by you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we didn't mention...
What?
We didn't mention what the students get as a result. So they get cords for graduation, they get a certificate for framing, they get a notation on their transcript, a digital badge.
Wow.
And graduate students also get a medallion.
Well, you got to do this, right? Well, that's awesome. Thanks for everything you do.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And we'll be right back.
See that? Go slow.
I see it.
Hello.
Hello.
You are looking good today.
Well, thank you.
I think it's time we take this off, don't you think?
Absolutely.
I help people.
I create music. I shape the future.
I am an entrepreneur.
I inspire people with more than words.
I ride forward. The sky is not my limit.
Find your blue at MTSU.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. You may know that prospective teachers must complete a residency requirement where they go to schools and work as a teacher in training before they graduate. But you may not know that at MTSU, our students have the option of completing their residency in one of 15 countries. Dr. Tiffany Dellard, Director of our Office of Educator Preparation in the College of Education, joins us on Out of the Blue to talk about these teaching abroad opportunities through the Consortium for Overseas Student Teaching. Tiffany, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Your first time on Out of the Blue?
Yes, it is.
Well, and also a great topic we're going to talk about, which is student teaching abroad. And we've talked a little bit off camera about all the advantages, and we're going to get into that real fast, but give us the quick elevator pitch. Why is this such an important resource for someone to get great experience and have an opportunity of a lifetime?
So for our traditional student teaching students, it's a great opportunity to get some additional teaching experience out in the world in another type of school system and really build their resume to come back to Tennessee and be able to talk with principals or other hiring districts about the great things that they've learned and the unique things that they can bring to their students in the classroom based on what they've learned from great teachers in other countries.
And what makes this so incredible and why I'm just so excited about this is that I have to do that final, I need a residency, right? If I'm going to be an educator through any of our programs, I need that that classroom time. I could have this classroom time in a lot of different countries, right? How many countries are we talking about here that's possible?
So I believe there are about 15 different countries, but within those countries, there are a number of cities with different sites that our students can attend to. So for example, in Germany, there are 3 different cities that our students could potentially complete their teach abroad experience.
Wow. So what's my first step? How do I begin this process? I come find you, right?
Yeah, that's the start of it. So at MTSU, our students complete in their final year usually what we call Residency 1, which is a pre-residency experience where they're out in schools here in our local community, and then Residency 2, which is that culminating experience where they're in schools 5 days a week with a master teacher and a supportive supervisor from the university. And so this takes place in that semester. So typically about a semester before, our students will have to submit an application. For students attending in the fall, we will have to submit the application by March. For students submitting in the spring, we have to submit their application by September. So I always say it's never too early to get in touch with me, but definitely at least a semester before you would want to have this experience.
And I would imagine earlier is better because, you know, there's a lot of moving parts here, but they're not going to have to find the process of applying to that school. You'll help them go through this organization called COST, right? What is that organization?
So COST is the Consortium for Overseas Student Teaching. It is a consortium of about 18 United States-based universities that's been around since 1975 or so, of which MTSU is a founding member. And they coordinate these experiences of U.S. students having these teach abroad experiences. And so I walk them through an application process that goes to COST. They handle all of the administrative kind of communication between our side and the site or receiving sites in other countries and make it all come together. But it does start with an application on our end, and I help walk our students through that from beginning to end.
And I assume COST and you would help me as a prospective student not only find a place to work, but find a place to live and all of the requirements to kind of be successful, not only in the classroom, but also just making sure I'm okay out in the communities I'm going to live in, right?
Absolutely. So there are receiving site coordinators for every location abroad, and they work with our students once they're connected to set up housing, make sure you have information about the school and the mentor teacher you'll be placed with. Most of our students are housed with families, host families that are associated with the school that they'll be teaching in some way. So a family that has students in the schools or a teacher who works at the schools to help also then with transport from getting to your home for your time away to the school and back again. It includes meals. All of the things are wrapped up together so that students don't have to keep track of too many things while they're there.
Everybody ought to know about this and consider this, right? You must have, in all your time connected with this, had some great success stories.
Every student that I've been with on their journey has come back to talk about the fantastic things that they've done. Our 2 most recent students I'm excited to hear from. We currently have one in Greece and we have another in South Africa who just began their journey. So they're working their way through it a little bit and they'll be back to us at the end of the semester. And I'm excited to hear about the things that they do.
What do I need to do if I want to be considered for this program? Call Tiffany. But is there things that I should prepare for in my academic journey that would make me more successful as an applicant?
Absolutely. The beauty of it is really all our students have to do is stay on track for completing their student teaching semester. As long as they do all of the things needed to work towards completion of their program and ultimately get to their student teaching experience, they then can qualify for this. Aside from that, they can start to plan financially and, you know, all of the preparations that come along with spending 8 weeks in another country. But from an academic standpoint, it really is just stay on track for becoming a teacher in Tennessee, and you can be eligible for this program.
Okay, so what are the things that you want our viewers and listeners to know about this program that's most important?
I want people to know that this is a program available to anyone completing a teacher preparation program for initial licensure, traditional, at MTSU. That's any endorsement area. So whether you're going to high school or kindergarten, you can complete this program. I also want them to know that it is a great resume builder. It's a great way to build and develop yourself personally, from immersing yourself in a new culture, all the way to being able to come back and be past your peers a bit professionally with your ability to talk about the things that you've learned about teaching and learning in another country while working with students in a system completely different from what you know.
Fantastic program. There's got to be a place on the web I can find out more. Where should I go to find out more?
Absolutely. If you go to the MTSU College of Education website, education.mtsu.edu, you can be directed to our office, the Office of Educator Preparation and Licensure.
Tiffany, what a great program. Thanks for coming on to the show, and thank you for helping create these great opportunities for our students.
Thank you for giving me the chance to share.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional content on our social media platforms, X, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. True Blue TV is available on most streaming services and our app. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This episode is brought to you by GSM Outdoors, whose vision is to preserve the sportsman's legacy, fuel innovation, and enable the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts. Think outside. That's where you'll find us. Now, make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got an awesome show lined up for you today, and Mr. Don King is helping me co-host.
We sure do, Jason. Hey, how about a quick radio shout-out?
Let's do it.
You good with that?
Let's do it.
WOKI over in Knoxville. We appreciate them so much. News Talk 98.7. Saturday, 1:30 to 2, Wildcast plays on their air, and we appreciate them as well as the other stations around the state that carry us.
Definitely. Got a lot of stations out there that run the show, and we appreciate them. That's a cool time slot, 1:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, I know it. Yeah.
So if you miss it in the morning on the other stations, go over and listen in Knoxville at 1:30.
Right, exactly.
Well, yeah, we do appreciate our partners and appreciate you guys out there watching, listening on your favorite podcasting app, on YouTube, following us on social media. So, yeah, appreciate y'all doing that. And I'm excited about today's show. It's all about fishing again, and we're happy to have Crispin Pally with us, the Vice President of GSM Fishing and GSM Outdoors, and it's going to be a fun conversation around some crappie and all that kind of stuff, and we got some cool giveaways, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. You guys do a wonderful podcast, and we're 100% on board as a company, and personally, these are my people. This is my this is my thing. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
And you know when a guy is totally sold in the outdoors when he names his son Fisher.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
Yeah, he'll probably end up playing tennis or something. But he, I
doubt it.
I tried to at least start him down the path.
Yeah, there you go. I like it.
Well, speaking of Fisher, he's had some success in the woods this turkey season.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're going to talk spring fishing today. But I was telling you guys before we came on the air, spring to me is go turkey hunting in the morning, go fishing in the afternoon, and I can't hardly separate the two. And I would have to say turkey hunting is one of my favorite things, and that is one thing Fisher has certainly adopted as my son, because he loves it, and we did. He got rained out of a baseball tournament, so had an opportunity to go get into the turkey woods, and had done very little scouting, but. One of the joys of GSM, we own a few trail camera companies, so I happen to have a surplus of those planted around my farm, and we had a really rainy morning. I actually let him sleep in, and finally just kept watching the radar, and loaded him in the truck, and we drove over there and sat in the truck for an hour with it pouring, because radar's never exactly right.
Yep.
Finally, when the rain quit, I said, if you'll stay with me, when this rain stops, those turkeys are going to come out in the fields, and we ended up probably about 9:30 in the morning. We called up a couple gobblers. We switched locations on the farm, and one cut me off on the first call, and it was just textbook.
Game on from there.
Walked right up to our feet, and Fisher shot that bird, and we walked up there, and I said, "What do you think, son?" And he said, "He made a business decision, Dad." And I don't guess I'll ever forget that as long as I live.
That's
so from now on, anytime one gobbles up into the morning, I think he's making a business decision. So
I love it. Now, that wasn't his first bird, right?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. That little guy's been pretty fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that's probably his fourth or fifth gobbler.
Awesome.
So
yeah,
he's
cool.
He's about to be 12, and he shot a buck. I know he shot one until this changes age or deer season, but he shot 12 bucks then he'll be 12 years old. So that one's easy to remember.
Oh, that's cool.
Over the course of his life. So
helps to have a good guide in the family too. Though,
I really kind of put the guide role first now with my family.
Sure,
and,
yeah.
If I never pulled the trigger on one, but I got to watch some young person, even not my kids, I've taken probably 20 people to shoot their first turkey, and there's nothing like it.
Yeah,
That's
awesome.
So yeah, it's a different phase of life for me, but one I enjoy, and one I hope someday he he inherits as well.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing like taking your son or daughter out there on their and getting their first bird, first deer, any of that.
Funniest story, and I'll keep it brief. That my daughter shot the first bird she ever shot, I think, was during the juvenile hunt. It may have been maybe opening weekend, regular season. This has been 3 or 4 years ago, and it was one of those, you know, real mature jakes. He'd gobble, he'd strut. He act like he was a gobbler in his mind, right? But he had a jake fan, and he had a little beard, you know. And we after church snuck out, and I eased up to this field, and I saw him out there with some hens, and I couldn't tell he was a jake at that distance. And we actually, I had a blind set up, and I snuck us into that blind, which is pretty hard to do with about a 9-year-old girl. And we get in there, and I call, and he gobbles, and I said, "It's fixing to happen." I said, "You just get your gun pointed out the window. Here we go." And as he's coming across the field, I can see his jake fan. And I said, "Baby," I said, "he's a jake now." I said, "I just want you to know I explained to her in the moment, and he's kind of making his way across the field." And she goes, "Well, it's legal." And I said, "Yeah, of course it's legal." And she goes, "We can eat him." And I said, "Yeah, we can eat him." She goes, "Well, I'm going to shoot him then. I've never shot one." And I said, "Go knock yourself out."
Yeah, go
and
for
so
it.
she shot that bird, and we, you know, hugged, took pictures. And I've done this thing with my kids, and I would encourage people to do this. I don't even know where I got it from, but we did it with my son's bird. Every time at the end of a hunt, when we get back to the truck, I put the tailgate down, I'll lay the turkey up there beside them, and I turn my phone on and go, "Tell me about your hunt today." Because I think there'll come a point in time in life where...
That's awesome.
My daughter Reese said the funniest thing I've ever heard a turkey hunter say. She goes, "Well, my first bird," she goes, "he's a jake. He's not a gobbler." She said, "But when you do what a gobbler does, you get what a gobbler gets." And I was like, that's gold. Like, that should be on a shirt or something, you know? But
wow.
Yeah, it's there's nothing like it. It's been the most rewarding hunts of my life, most memorable hunts of my life, been packing those two around.
Good for you for recording those moments, because man, that's golden. I've got some tapes of my daughter, you know, back in her singing days,
Yes, sir.
back when she was 5 or 6, and every now and then we'll pull those out and listen to them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the tear rolls down my cheek.
Yeah, for sure. I lost my parents when I was really young, and you know, maybe it just made a pretty strong impression on me of the value of memories and the value of you know, let's not take this for granted. Let's make it last forever.
Yeah,
and with today's technology, it's just kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, definitely. That's very cool. Very cool. Well, let's transition a little bit here. You know, it's June will be here before you know it, and Free Fishing Day will be here before you know it.
June 7th.
Yeah, June 7th is Free Fishing Day this year. Bobby Wilson Free Fishing Day.
Exactly. I was gonna say that.
Yeah, I'm still in your lines, Don. What comes after Free Fishing Day? Free Fishing Week. Come on, Don.
Oh,
You got this.
Free Fishing Week for youth,
Yeah, so the youth get to fish for free all week, kids 15 and under. So June 7th, and then June 7th through the 13th for the kids. So anyway, keep that in mind. That's coming. I'll be here around the corner. And speaking of fishing, it's spring fishing, and we're talking about spring fishing this show, and we got some cool stuff to give away. Let's highlight some of the stuff real quick, and then let's dive into to how we can use it.
Yeah, man. I mean, spring fishing is whatever you want it to be, but if you say, hey, in Tennessee, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about fishing in the spring? For me, it's slab crappie.
Mm-hmm.
It is anywhere you go in the state, those fish are shallow. There's a lot of them. I mean, obviously the limit's 20 a man on Kentucky Lake where I live, so obviously we believe there's plenty of them for everybody, and they're really easy to target this time of year. So we're going to spend a little more time focused on crappie, and I brought some stuff to give away on behalf of GSM and in partnership with you guys. Well, the first thing I brought, you can't go crappie fishing without thinking about crappie eating.
Oh, yeah. They fry up real nice.
Absolutely.
My mouth begins to water.
Yeah, it is literally a delicacy in this part of the world, in my opinion. And one of our brands is Cuda. And we came out with this cordless electric fillet knife this past year that's just the best tool I've ever used to clean fish.
Awesome.
It's got 2 lithium. It comes with one, and then it's got a backup lithium-ion battery. One of the coolest features about this, it charges off of the same USB-C cord that if it's 2025 and you've adopted that you have an iPhone usually that works with this. It's kind of a running joke amongst my people. On job interviews, I ask people what kind of phone they have because I hate those little green texts. But with that being said,
those Android users.
No, exactly. It's 2025. You're killing somebody's text thread with your Android. But and I have no affiliation to Apple. But this thing's got an 18-month warranty. Like it's a beast of an electric knife. And
awesome.
The thing. It's a lot of fun to clean or catch them. It's a lot of fun to eat them, but it's a little bit of a chore to clean them.
Sure.
And we've tried to make that where that's not the case.
Yeah,
so,
that's awesome. That looks like a cool knife. I'll have to check those
very
out.
ergonomic. It's got a case, couple extra sets of blades. So we'll give that away to somebody. And then I just brought some crappie baits, some of my personal favorites.
Hold them up on this side of the mic so people watching at home.
I don't know which camera.
Kind of chest high.
Okay, how about that? Can you see that?
That'll work.
A little higher.
A little higher.
Yeah.
So Bonehead is one of our brands that we own also, and it was kind of a pet of mine.
Mm-hmm.
I loved crappie fish, so we acquired Bonehead a little over almost a year ago, and we build these in Alabama. They're made here domestically, and it is a very, very. I brought one of each different size and style, so it's a nice little sample pack of Bonehead products, and I brought the corresponding jig heads as well. Right.
Awesome.
So so some lucky listener is going to be set to catch some crappie and clean them. And all I want's a call when the grease gets hot.
No, I love it. Well, let's remind folks how they get their name in the hat. So here recently we've been requesting that you tag a friend in the comments. That's been doing really cool. A really cool way to get your name in the hat. So if you're watching on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube out there, tag a friend. You can tag friends on all those platforms.
Oh yeah.
And,
spread the word.
That's how you get your name in the hat. You keep spreading this show and introducing it to other folks, and we'll put your name in the hat to win some of this cool stuff. So that's how you'll get your name in the hat, and we'll remind you before we close out the show as well. So like we said, it's springtime. Now's the time to get your stuff ready. So don't wait till the last minute, which it may be already last minute now, but go ahead and go out there in the garage and get your rods out, dust them off, and if you hadn't been fishing all year. And what's some of the tips and tricks there to just be ready?
Yeah, I would always tell, and I've been guilty of this. I've got a lot of friends that are real guilty of this, but line's kind of the cheapest part of this equation.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty critical link between you and that fish you're trying to catch. Put some dang new line on your reels. And if you're taking somebody fishing, don't send them out there with janky year-old line. It's all coiled up. It's going to break. Take 10 minutes, put a new line on a reel. And, today's world, crappie fishing, I use braided line, and it does last. It lasts significantly longer than monofilament or fluorocarbon. And then I'll tie a fluorocarbon leader.
Okay.
So my braided main line, my bass reels, I'll change it a little more frequently, but on my crappie reels, it'll last for a long time. So a little bit more money on the front end because it's a little more expensive, but you get a lot more life out of it.
Sure.
And this stuff's made for spinning reels. It just handles like silk, and you can't hardly break it, and it's a good deal. So put some braided line on your spinning reels. If that's what you use, that's what I prefer. And take a tip I learned when I was a kid. Take a Q-tip and put it in all the guides on your rod and spin it. And if there's a crack, it'll catch some of that cotton fuzz and pull it out. Yeah. And there's nothing worse, and we've all been there. You've got that fish on, and you just it's the one you came here for. And something happens, and you lose it. It breaks off. Your line gets broken or cut, and you can mitigate a lot of that with just a little bit of preventative maintenance on the front end.
I feel like he's talking to me because last time I took my son, I was tying a bait on for him, and I was like, this is the best knot you could use. I think it was Palomar. I was doing Palomar knot, and I was like, it's going to be good and tight. You're going to, and I pull it tight, and it pops, and I'm like, dang, that's an old line.
Yeah, right.
So I'm going to go change my line.
I love the Q-tip as well. Yeah, that's great.
I can't remember. I'm reading something when I was I've always been kind of a fishing junkie since I was a kid, and I remember I'd get my rods out every so often and run a Q-tip through all the eyes, and it does. I've found cracked guides. That ceramic is.
I bet. Yeah,
it'll crack.
Yeah. So do you suggest oiling your reels and things like that?
Yeah, I'm not the best at it, but I do suggest it. That's
Okay.
a do as I say, not as I do kind of deal. But yeah, I
Especially
think,
if you drop them in the water.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean they've got metallic parts in there that come in contact with each other. So any type of a gear lube or reel lube, that just gives it a little, that helps with anti-friction, and it's going to make for a little better experience for you too. I don't know if you've ever been out there and and so yeah.
Again, he's talking to me now.
We haven't discussed this, so this is all off the cuff, I promise.
Yeah. So, and like you said, check the eyes. I had that on my notes, so we already hit that. But yeah, inspect your rods, inspect your reels, and inspect your line. Make sure it's all ready to go. All right. So let's talk these crappie. So we got the baits. We're out there fishing. What are we looking for? Shallow, deep, structure?
I would tell you that not all fish do the same things at the same time, right? And I think once you get comfortable with that, for me as an angler, it allows me to go, hey, I know they're not all doing the same thing, so I'm not going to miss it. There's always going to be some doing what I like.
Okay.
And in the spring, I like to target shallow cover. One of my favorite ways to crappie fish is so old school, but it's still, if I could pick one way to go crappie fishing, this would be it. And I'm talking post, forward-facing sonar, the whole 9 yards. If I around where I live, the New Johnsonville area of Kentucky Lake up to where I grew up around the Paris Landing area, in the spring, it's a ritual for me that I'll take and catch them under a float. And I mean, I'll go to bed at night and see that float go under with my eyes closed. There's nothing like it, and it's pretty easy for lesser experienced anglers, but it's also very effective. Even if you've got a lot of angling experience. And what I like to do is fish stake beds. Our lake is full of them, Kentucky Lake, and I could relate this to about any body of water in the state, but just as a reference point, shallow flats and shallow gravel banks that are near a channel or deep water. That's what you're looking for.
Okay.
Especially the ones that the sun shine on earlier in the day. They warm up. Any type of gravel or rock also helps kind of expedite the process, because those fish just kind of know when the water gets to a certain temperature, it's time to lay eggs, and they go and look for suitable places for that. So depth nearby. A firm bottom with cover. Now, in this case, I'm talking stake beds, which are man-made, right?
Okay,
people drive them, and they look like tomato stakes, and they'll be as big as this room or as small as this table. And I like to put a bonehead bait on a bonehead jig head. I put it, depending on water depth, but 12 to 18 inches below a float, and you cast it past the bed. And you just kind of shake it back and reel it back, and your little bobber will be going under, and it'll just.
So speaking of the bobber, I'm glad you brought that up. Is it like the little stick bobbers, or is it the round orange ones or the red and white ones? What do you like to use?
I use a balsa bobber. One of the brands we own also is Carlisle Floats.
Okay.
And we make a pear-shaped float that is, for me, so a few of the things with bobbers, the longer they are, the more line twists you get, right? So if I can kind of minimize that, I feel like I make the experience a little easier. And the more shorter, compact ones just seem to cast a little. It's like a bullet. The same, we're not going to get as deep as like coefficients and all that, but a bullet, a smaller, shorter bullet just flies a little easier through the wind.
Definitely.
And the stick doesn't. So I would recommend a pear-shaped float, and I don't care if it's plastic or balsa, whatever's easiest. I like balsa. And man, it's this. And another thing to think about, you're talking about knots a moment ago. I like to tie a loop knot rather than a Palomar. I'm a Palomar guy also. So we're on the same page there. I do think it's the best knot for most all applications. But when I'm fishing a jig, and you've got a bait that you want that bait to be horizontal.
Okay.
You want to tie a loop knot, because it lets that hang perfect with the 90-degree line tie on a jig head, and it'll keep that bait perfectly horizontal.
Okay.
Minnows don't swim through the water like that.
No.
Right?
No.
So.
Gotcha. Yeah. Good tip. I like that.
Right.
I'll have to go and learn the loop knot. I've seen it, but
super easy.
I don't guess I've
I mean,
literally,
it's as easy a knot as there is to tie.
Yeah. So you mentioned leader earlier on your braided line. Are you running? How much leader are you going to run with that?
Personal preference. I when I'm crappie fishing, I use the length of my rod. just as a reference.
Okay.
Or another thing I do commonly if I'm kind of in a hurry and I'm putting an entirely new leader on, I'll grab the spool and I'll go one strip. The length of whatever my wingspan is what my leader length would be. Bass fishing, I'll do 2 or 3.
Okay.
But with crappie, I typically do 1.
I got you. So you're doing a leader on bass too?
Yep, I do.
Okay, with the braided line.
Yeah, I just think as everything in life has evolved with technology and materials, and we should, in theory, get better and know more all the time. I think that most of the time when you can, a braided line to a fluorocarbon leader is the best option.
Okay, and this is getting very specific, probably. But I mean, folks probably want to know this. Is your float above your leader, or is it on your leader?
No, it's on your leader.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, because
and you're working with different depths too.
Yeah, that's right. So let's say that I've got 8 or 10 pound braid as my main line, and let's say I use a 6 pound leader, which is kind of what my crappie setup would be. And I use fluorocarbon. I just think it's got some inherent qualities that make it better. I would tie a loop knot to my jig head, put my soft plastic on, and then I would put my clip on float. I don't use a sliding float. I actually use a clip-on float. Okay. And I've got lots of buddies that use a sliding float and a bobber stopper. They cast even better. But I don't know. I've just kind of learned how to do that little roll lob cast where that ball, and then I pull up there. I'm on my depth finder, or I tell you what I really like to do, and I don't get to do it as much anymore, but it kind of brings back good memories. I like to crappie fish from the bank. I really do, because you can reach so much shallow cover without having to have a boat. Yesterday on my way home from a baseball tournament, I was coming through Dixon, and there's a lake, and I don't even know the name of it, but it's right off of Highway 70 there.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful day yesterday. There's cars and trucks all down the side of the road. But, every 50 yards down that lake, there's a tree laid down. And I'm like going, I bet there's a crappie in that tree, And so it's really not, there's not a great barrier there. Like you don't have to have this high dollar boat. You don't have to have a boat. You can catch them off the bank. And the way that I'm talking about fishing is really easy for everybody, no matter. The float and the bobber thing gets a little more difficult when you've got tree limbs that have Ys where you'll pull your jig head into that. But vertical cover, crappie just, when they spawn, they like cover. They want to be around. Growing up around the Paris Landing area, it was buckbrush. The water would come up. When the water got in the buck bushes, we'd go wade in the back of creeks with our duck waders on, with lawn poles and dive around.
Yeah.
And, it's so much fun. And so it's a lot of fun, man. It's a great time of year.
That's awesome. Well, and you mentioned from the bank, just think about, when we put these stake beds in, or some of our volunteers, these fishing clubs and things help out with that. They're doing it when the water's down, and they're walking right out there. So it is bank accessible, a lot of it.
Casting distance.
Yeah.
And actually, last spring, my son and I may have gotten him out of school early one day, and we went up to Paris. Yeah, maybe. If I recall, I don't remember exactly what the time was the day, but one of my favorite just kind of honey hole spots up around Paris Landing is it's a TWRA marker buoy with a brush pile under it. And it's as obvious as it gets. Like you don't have to be very, very skilled to go, hey, there's something under there, and you can throw over there and catch a fish, and then you just drop your power poles, sit there and catch all you want. You know? So
that's awesome.
And you can find those online, right?
Yeah, you sure can. Yep. Our interactive maps, GIS puts those together, and they do a great job. So you can find that structure. You mentioned temps, looking for that warmer, where the rocks are catching the heat and a little bit warmer, but
I'm so hesitant to just give you a number because I don't know it. I mean, I can tell you that
the fish know it.
They do know it, and like I said, they still don't all do the same thing at the same time. I've caught spawning fish in late May. I've caught them in February. I mean, it's my rule of thumb has always been if you can get in the spring, if you get a 2 or 3 day warming trend, go. It doesn't matter what the water temperature is. You get now you hit a warm day and then it gets cold. I mean, if you can go, still go, right?
But definitely go when you can go.
But go with confidence after a 2 or 3 day warming trend because they're gonna bite.
Sure,
they're gonna get up there shallow.
Yeah. Okay. And then if you're gonna, if you got morning or evening or all day, what do you like?
As with all outdoor activities, it's pretty special early. It's pretty special late. where I'm at in life with work and kids and such, I just kind of go when I can. I remember Kevin Van Dam's a great friend of mine, one of the most legendary anglers ever. And I remember asking Kevin one time, because I'm just trying to pick his brain. I want to learn, and I've asked him some of these similar questions. Well, what moon phase do you like? What barometric pressure do you like? And he looked at me and he goes, I like when I get to go. He goes, whatever it is, that's what I've got. Yep. And I've got buddies that are incredible outdoorsmen that are bound to moon phase and barometric pressure, and according to the moon phase, this period, and I think there's some validity to it.
Yeah.
But I also just go. I mean,
I got this note down. Be patient. Just be patient.
Yeah.
Get out there when you can go.
Yeah.
Just keep fishing.
Some of the best days I've ever had weren't the greatest catching days. It was days where I had no cell phone service. Maybe I don't know.
Out there with your kids or your wife or your friends or whatever.
And I'm fighting with them over breaking my rods and reels and tying knots and everything. And you look back and go, that's a pretty good day.
Yeah. You spend most of your time tying it all up.
Yeah, I'm the guide now. So,
well, before we run out of time, let's mention this the giveaways again. So we got the Cuda electric fillet knife, comes with 2 blades, an 8-inch and a 6-inch, 2 batteries, you said?
Yes, sir.
Recharges on a USB-C type charger, so that's, what more could you ask for? It's pretty convenient right there.
That's right, yeah.
So keep that close to your tackle box or your fillet table. Keep it in your drawer for anything else at home.
It comes in a nice case, too.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yep, I actually keep one of these. I've got a topper on my truck. I keep one of these in there. I can charge a battery coming to meet you to go fishing.
Yeah.
So it's super convenient.
That's awesome. And the baits, again, what was the brand name?
Bonehead.
Bonehead
Tackle. Yep.
So Bonehead Tackle. Look them up. If you want to go see some of these products, gsmoutdoors.com. Click brands, and you can scroll down. A lot of the fishing is there all together in that section. So
we actually have a standalone website at GSM called baits.com.
Okay, cool.
Which is kind of our online retail site, but it's got all of our fishing products in one place.
Nice.
Perfect. Baits.com.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. We'll have to check that out. So thank y'all for watching and listening. Thank you, Crispin, for bringing these products to us. I look forward to giving them away. Remember to like, follow, subscribe to us on social and your favorite podcasting platform. Hey, leave a review while you're there, too. We don't often get those, but if you like the show, leave one. If you don't leave a review.
Right.
And click the stars there. Rate us a little bit. No, I'm joking, but yeah, we appreciate y'all. And tag a friend. That's how you get your name in the hat. So tag a friend on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, and just engage with us. We appreciate y'all doing that. And love giving stuff away and sharing this information with you. So, Crispin, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We're honored to be part of this and believe in the same mission. So
Awesome. Don, I appreciate you.
You bet. Looking forward to the next adventures of Crispin's youngsters, too.
And me too. And also, I'm looking forward to that day he brings Kevin in with him. But we do have a 4th mic we could put up. So,
that's right.
We could have a Kevin Van Dam episode here. So.
That'd be a good one.
No pressure. No. Anyway, thank you guys. This is Tennessee Wildcast. Keep coming back, and we'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org. And follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to LaVergne Board and Zoning Appeals, April the 29th, 2025. I'll call the meeting to order. We do have a full quorum this evening. If you would, order of other business is to approve the minutes for the March 25th, 2025 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Minutes carries. On to new business. Request for a height variance, property located on and near Walden Road and Blair Road, tax map 32, parcels 3.04 and 3.05, and tax map parcel 29, parcel 41.01 and 4102, R1 low density residential zone district, property owned by the Industrial Development Board of the City of LaVergne. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
So this applicant tonight is requesting a variance to the height restriction in the LaVergne zoning ordinance. This development is proposing some new multifamily buildings that will be, some of them up to 4 stories. And currently, the ordinance only allows a 3-story max and 35 feet. So if it goes above the 3 stories or 35 feet, it would not be allowed in the current ordinance. It is worth noting the new ordinance, which will probably be adopted this summer, so not too long from now, will allow apartment buildings and multifamily to go up to 4 stories. So the city will be moving to this new regulation in the zoning. So it's the same ask as they have tonight. So in that regard, it's not an unusual request. You can see on the screen here, so this is the total development here. This is 77 acres off South Waldron near Blair and Carruthers Road. And then zooming in here, you can see, so this, in the development book, they're calling this the north parcel, and then this is the south parcel that touches the Ridge subdivision. So this north parcel, if you look in the books, if you're interested in front of you, it's around page 8 and 9, and it talks about the unit count, but they're proposing roughly 336 multifamily units on this north parcel and about 242 on the south. And of course, this is the current zoning map, which shows the R1 low density residential. And the applicant is requesting to change that, of course. So these are photos of the site taken around the last week of February or the first week of March to get ready for the Planning Commission submittal. So you can see some of the homes of the Ridge there in the distance. And then this is another view of that 77 acres. And then one more view. It's all vacant land, of course, right now. And then I'm going to skip here in the book. So this page will show you this shows the renderings of the proposed buildings that they're asking or requesting with this submittal. Of course, this will be at the Planning Commission in the next meeting, but these are depicted as 3-story, you probably have noticed, but with the gabled roof, and then some of these have hipped roofs, they'll definitely go over that 35 feet easily, even though they're showing 3 stories there. I think that covers it for the height variance. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have an applicant here this evening? If you would step to the podium, please, and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Land Elliott, 3201 Trevor Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209.
Board members, do you have any questions? I'll start off with a couple then, if you don't mind. The materials you're going to use for this additional height, is it going to be consistent with the rest of the buildings?
It will be.
Okay. And what materials are you planning on using?
Brick, Primarily brick, and we're using some hardy board and asphalt shingle roof.
So the depictions there of what's shown, it will basically be consistent with that, just going to another floor.
Yeah, we're trying to put a larger emphasis on the brick per the planning department.
Okay.
Are you requesting the height variance for all of the buildings, or is there a specific?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? With that, gentlemen, I'll take a motion on the item in front of us.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you. With nothing else being on the agenda, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.